right, good afternoon. I will reconvene the City Council meeting on Monday, March 16th, 2026. Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Council President. Councilmember Campbell?
Here.
Councilmember Whitburn?
Here.
Councilmember Foster? Councilmember Von Wilper? Council President Pro Tem Lee?
Here.
Councilmember Campillo? Councilmember Moreno?
Present.
Councilmember Ela Rivera? And Council President LaCava.
Present.
Also attending the meeting are Assistant City Attorney Leslie Fitzgerald, Independent Budget Analyst Charles Monica, and myself, your City Clerk, Deanna Fuentes. Thank you, Council President.
All right, thank you, City Clerk. A quorum is now present. I see a lot of faces that I haven't seen in chambers before. Thank you for showing up. I'm sure we'll have a number of people calling in as well. Rather than read the whole disruption warning language, the most effective way for you to communicate when you hear things you like or don't like is by using your thumbs. If you hear a speaker say something you like, thumbs up. It communicates to hear very effectively. If you hear something you don't like, thumbs down. It is, again, a very easy way. Doesn't disrupt, doesn't interfere with the speaker's ability to talk to the council going forward. So I think enough said there. With that, do we have any comments from the mayor's office, city council members, city attorney, independent budget analyst, or city clerk? Councilmember Whitburn.
Thank you, Council President. Over the weekend, we had a couple of anti-LGBT incidents in Hillcrest. The first one involved harassment and slurs. That was bad enough. The second one was worse. A person was repeatedly punched in the face by somebody yelling transgender slurs. I can report that the suspect in that second attack was arrested, thanks to the quick work of our police department. But since we had two incidents in one weekend, I want to state this publicly. There are multiple streetlight cameras and automated license plate readers in Hillcrest. I requested them in response to hate crimes against the LGBT community. Since they were installed, they have been used successfully to arrest suspects in LGBT hate crimes. Do not come to Hillcrest to commit crimes. Hillcrest is a wonderful neighborhood where people feel free to be whoever they are. If you don't like that, don't come. Because be aware that if you come to Hillcrest to commit hate crimes, we have streetlight cameras, we have automated license plate readers, and we have a police department that will use those tools to identify you, catch you, and bring you to justice. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember Whitburn. City Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. During this morning's public comment period on the closed session agenda, we did experience some technical difficulties with those participating virtually. The issues have now been resolved. We want to reassure those who provided virtual comments that the City Council was able to hear comments provided virtually before convening into closed session. We thank the public for their continued participation and cooperation. Thank you, Council President.
All right, thank you. Not seeing anybody else in the lights. Clerk, please go over how the public can offer their testimony.
Thank you, Council President. Excuse me. I will now offer how the public can offer their public participation today. I'd like to highlight the slide on the screen that reviews this. The order can be found on the agenda summary found online or at the table in the back of the room. It is the last page on that packet. If you are in person, please complete a speaker slip located at the entrance of chambers and bring it to the front of the room in the clear box. If you are seating time, please be sure to submit both speaker slips or the additional speaker slips all together at one time. Council ambassadors are available near the entrance of chambers and can assist with questions and speaker slips. No further in-person testimony will be taken once the council begins virtual testimony. Thank you, Council President.
All right. Thank you for that. And with that, please introduce item 200.
Item 200 is the City of San Diego Crime Briefing, January through December 2025. This is an informational item. If you'd like to speak to this item, please be sure to submit your speaker slip to the front of the room in the clear box. Or if you're participating virtually, now's the time to raise your hand by pressing *9 or the raise your hand icon. Thank you, Council President.
All right, thank you for that, introducing that item. And as we see the chief and staff settle in, please introduce yourselves for the record and let us know how much time you need for your presentation.
Good afternoon, Council President LaCava, Scott Wall, Chief of Police, and we will need about 15 minutes, sir.
Proceed when you're ready.
Okay. Good afternoon, President LaCava and honorable members of the City Council. I'm pleased to announce today that San Diego remains one of the safest big cities in the country. Last year, crime dropped for the fourth year in a row. Some of our numbers haven't been this low since the 1960s and 70s, when San Diego's population was far smaller than it is today. I want to highlight a few key statistics. Homicides fell by 25%. Our homicide unit solved 26 of the 27 murders committed last year, and ALPRs helped us solve a third of them. Vehicle thefts dropped by 22%. ALPRs helped us arrest 199 people for auto theft last year. And hate crimes dropped by 32%. I know each of you have specific areas of interest, and we will discuss those in more detail, but it's important to take a moment to recognize what this data means for our city. I often say that public safety is a shared responsibility. It takes partnerships of all kinds to prevent and solve crime, including working with all of your offices. We are better, we are stronger, and we are safer when we work together. From all of our police officers and professional staff doing outstanding police work to our business groups, our community groups, and the various city departments like our fire department, our lifeguards, our park rangers, environmental services folks, we all are collaborating and have contributed to a decrease for the last 4 years. It happened because the city works together. It happened because we all care deeply about the safety of our neighborhoods. And it happened because we are working efficiently and effectively alongside our communities. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Jordan Penkhauser from our Crime Analysis Unit to share the 2025 Crime Stats Report.
Thank you, Chief. Good afternoon. Council President LaCava, members of the City Council. As Chief mentioned, I'm Jordan Penkhauser from the San Diego Police Department. I will be presenting the 2025 crime stats for the City of San Diego. The statistics will continue to be based on the National Incident-Based Reporting System, or NIBRS format, as that is our official reporting standard to the FBI. The NIBRS format allows crime statistics to be more comprehensive with additional crime categories and increased accuracy, as they are no longer based on static monthly totals, but are updated as cases are reported and investigated over time. All right, compared to 2024, overall crime has decreased 6.3%, and crime clearances trended just slightly up at 2.7%. As a reminder, an FBI crime clearance constitutes an offense that has been closed by an arrest or some other exceptional means. For example, the offender was already serving a prison sentence for another crime. Looking at the 5-year trends for each category, we can see that crimes against society experienced an increase, in which we will go into more detail later. Most notably, crimes against property has continued to track well below our recent trends. NIBRS crimes by category. This slide shows the year-over-year comparison for all 3 NIBRS categories by volume. As is typical, crimes against property accounts for the bulk of offenses in the overall totals. Since these categories are still fairly new in California with respect to discussing crime statistics, I'll briefly define them for familiarization going forward. Per the FBI, crimes against persons, for example, murder, intimidation, and assault, are those whose victims are always individuals. The object of crimes against property, for example, robbery, bribery, or burglary, is to obtain money or some other benefit. And lastly, crimes against society, for example, alcohol offenses, prostitution, drug violations, etc., represent society's prohibition against engaging in certain types of activity. And these are typically reflective of police enforcement actions of a specific offense. NIBRS crimes clearances. This slide highlights the clearance rates of all 3 categories for both 2024 and 2025. As you can see, all 3 categories remained relatively similar year over year. It's important to highlight that crimes against society tends to remain at an almost 100% clearance rate, as the majority of the offenses in that category comprise of events in which an officer arrests an individual during the commission of the act. The most recent FBI NIBRS data available, which was in 2024, shows a national average of 41.9% clearance rate for crimes against persons, a 16.6% rate for crimes against property, and a 35.7% rate for all categories combined. Crimes against persons. Overall, our first category, crimes against persons, was down 3% compared to 2024. Homicides, which were down 19%, comprised of 27 confirmed murder investigations and 12 traffic-related offenses, such as DUI-related manslaughter or hit and run. San Diego has not seen murder cases this low since 1968. Both aggravated assaults and non-fatal shootings have continued to see decreases. Notably, at 96 non-fatal shootings for 2025, that is a 63% decrease since a recent spike in 2021. The kidnapping abduction category saw a decrease of 19% and was comprised mostly of offenses related to false imprisonment associated with domestic violence or other assault-related events. Within the sexual assault category, which saw an overall decrease of 7%, rape accounts for approximately half of the offenses. Other than rape, the sexual assault category includes offenses such as forcible fondling or sexual battery. The 2025 clearance rate for crimes against persons at 49% was very similar to 2024 and was nearly 10% above the national average. Non-fatal shootings by council district. This chart highlights non-fatal shootings by council district for both 2024 and 2025. In 2025, non-fatal shootings decreased by 25 cases compared to 2024, with notable decreases across most of our districts. Crimes against property. Our second category here shows a decrease of 12% overall. As a reminder, robbery, even though potentially violent in nature, is classified as a crimes against property, as the FBI considers the intent of the crime to obtain property despite the presence of force or fear being used. Robbery was down again in 2025, with 35% of offenses occurring while armed and only 4% involving carjackings. Typically, robberies make up approximately 8%, typically carjackings make up approximately 8% of our robberies overall. Total robberies have not been this low in San Diego since 1970. Both burglaries from a structure and thefts from a vehicle saw notable decreases in 2025 as well, at 23% and 25% respectively. Following a trend with the robbery category, burglaries have not seen similar numbers in the city since 1959. Most notably, continuing a significant downward trend from 2024, motor vehicle theft experienced a 22% decrease citywide. Clearance rates for this category remained similar to the year prior at 13%, which was slightly below the most recent national average. Vehicle thefts by council district. The chart represented on this slide depicts vehicle thefts by council district for both years 2024 and 2025. As you can see, all districts experienced decreases in vehicle thefts. It's notable that our southern border region and downtown are often the areas with the highest concentration of stolen vehicles citywide. However, there were significant decreases in both districts 3 and 8 in 2025, accounting for a large portion of the overall 22% decrease. Vehicle thefts across the city have not been this low since 1972. Crimes against society. Our third NIBRS category depicted here is crimes against society. To reiterate from a previous slide, crimes against society are generally offenses in which an individual was arrested during the commission of the act and are often a representation of enforcement actions taken by the department. Increases in offenses of this category do not immediately indicate an increase in criminal activity, but instead increases in proactive enforcement by police agencies. Overall, this category has seen a 6% increase over 2024. The most significant increases to note in this category are represented by both drug and narcotics and loitering offenses. Increased enforcement related to the late 2024 passing of Proposition 36, which strengthens penalties for repeat theft and drug offenses, resulted in increases in both the drug narcotics category as well as significantly in loitering. The Department of Justice classifies the offense of loitering in a public place for illegal drug activities under this category. So while illegal lodging or curfew offenses may be present, approximately 60% of loitering offenses are related to narcotics. Other categories of note include trespassing offenses, increasing by 10%, and alcohol violations experienced a 9% uptick, primarily due to increases in DUI arrests. As highlighted earlier, clearance rates remain at close to the 100% mark for this category, as the majority of the offenses encompassed are enforcement related, and the offenders are generally arrested at the scene. Crime categories by council district. This slide highlights the overall NIBRS crime distribution by council district, broken down into each crimes against category. As you can see, crimes against property, depicted in blue, account for the majority of offenses in each district. All of the districts saw a decrease in overall crime, depicted by the percent change at the top of each column, as compared to 2024. Historical crime rate comparison. Since 2025 was not only the fourth year in a row of decreased overall crime since 2021, but one of hallmark numbers in key categories, we thought it important to display a slightly more macro view of crime in the city since we began collecting uniform crime reporting statistics back in 1950. For historical comparison purposes, we are using the older definitions of violent and property crime. In this case, we're looking at rates per 1,000 individuals at 5-year intervals. As you can see, following a severe uptick in the property crime rate in the 1970s, primarily driven by increases in larceny, and a smaller increases in violent crime that mirrored that, both crime rates peaked around 1990. Following the early 90s, both property crime and violent crime have gradually returned to rates similar to what we were experiencing in the 1950s and 1970s, respectively. It's important to note that the population of San Diego has tripled since those decades ago, yet we remain at decreased overall crime rates. Highlighted on this slide are gang-specific stats for both 2024 and 2025, depicting crime activity by category and total documented gang members. While overall crimes committed by known gang members has seen a 13% decrease, specifically, violent gang activity has increased. Arrests of documented gang members has also increased by 20%. Hate crimes. There were 41 confirmed hate crimes last year in the city of San Diego, a 32% decrease from 2024. Hate crimes with an anti-transgender, anti-race, and anti-sexual orientation have all decreased, most notably a 46% reduction in sexual orientation-based hate crimes. Anti-race hate crimes were comprised of 1 incident per race group with the exception of anti-white. The remaining 4 incidents were mixed racial biases. Anti-religious hate crimes experienced a significant increase throughout the early months of the year, with a series of vandalisms focused on religious institutions in the Central Division of San Diego. These acts appeared to be randomly targeting religious institutions in general and not any one particular denomination. Following this series earlier in the year, anti-religious hate crimes continue to trend similar to what has been observed in previous years. As shown in the slides during this presentation, overall crime in 2025 decreased compared to 2024, with significant declines across major categories. These decreases are in line with the national trend amongst many major cities in the United States during this past year. The city of San Diego not only continues to experience decreased crime overall, but consistently demonstrates some of the lowest violent crime rates among major U.S. cities. This concludes our presentation this time. We're here for any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for the presentation. Clerk, please proceed with public comment.
Thank you, Council President. We have some speakers here in council chambers as well as participating online. And we will be going to 1.5 minutes each, starting with Pastor Sandoval. If you can please come up to the microphone. And if the following individuals can please come up to the yellow reserve seats: Robert Ontiveros, Dennis Friedman or Denise Friedman, Blair Beekman, Scott Chipman, and Bob Kazuski. Pastor, you can have 1.5 minutes. Please proceed when ready.
Thank you. It's a great honor and privilege to be here before the council, and our collaboration of crime stats going down. We have the philosophy that it truly takes a village to raise a child, and with our wraparound partners, I represent the Commission on Gang Prevention and Intervention, and one of the things, the feedback that I get from other pastors in other cities, how do you guys keep crime down, being that you're sandwiched between Tijuana, which is one of the cartel capitals, and Los Angeles, the gang capital of the world? How do you guys keep it down? Number one is we have the philosophy that those that used to be part of the problem are now part of the solution. So we have what we call credible messengers or lived experience, former gang members that served time in the prison. Now they're back out in the community, building rapport. They already have credibility in their communities, community leaders, but being strength-based, using their what they used to use for negativity, now for positivity. We have guys like behind me, Rudy. He has a criminal history, really long criminal history. Robert, different guys. It's their testimony. I'm not saying it to shame them. And we also have faith-based leaders, CAS walks, community assistance support teams, and faith-based leaders, community-based organizations. We do walk and knocks with the No Shots Fired and other community organizations like Community Wraparound, Youth Empowerment, Open Heart Leaders. And so it takes a village, and the chief has been a champion in this, and every one of you as well have been a champion in this. And thank you for having representation from your district active in the Commission on Gang Prevention and Intervention. Sorry for going over on my time.
One of our staff members will be going over to get an additional speaker slip for them ceding time to you. Okay, thank you. Robert Ontiveros?
Oh, wait, I'm on 42 seconds. Did you take some
No,
of my time?
Please proceed.
Well, thank you for having us here. My name is Robert Ontiveros with Community Wraparound, and I'm here with my team, and we're here in support of the crime stats to support Chief Wall. I know when he first came on in the role, he had a vision that he shared, and I could be a witness to that vision because it's coming to fruition. I'm seeing it. We're boots on the ground as lived experience mentorship. Our organization, it's gang prevention and intervention is what we specialize in. And so I just here to support Chief Wall in everything you're doing and just want to keep that going. We always say it's not enough, but you know what? It's a working in progress. And so we just need to keep going and working together. And just like how Pastor said, that it does take a village, it takes all of us to come together in order to get things done. And so with the collaboration with STPD, with also the vision he shared with the youth Centennial services that he also brought on, we've been working in collaboration with them as well. And just an example of the collaboration of working together is not arresting and taking youth into custody right away. They call us to be able to find out and figure out a way before taking that youth into custody. So that's just one of the examples of the collaboration, the work that we're doing together. So thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Denise Friedman?
Let's go.
Well, yes, I'm the honorary mayor of PB, and I've gotten here because of this man. He got me involved with the community policing and working in my community and now spreading it out through all of San Diego, and I have worked with these groups too. I'm proud of everything that has been accomplished. I support you 100%, as do all the members of our beach communities, not just PB, but Claremont, Ocean Beach, Mission Beach, La Jolla. We all proudly support your work, and we look forward to working with you this year so that crime statistics are even lower next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Blair Beekman? After Blair Beekman will be Scott Chipman and then Bob Kaczewski.
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman. Thanks a lot for this item. It's really timely and helpful and important. We have a lot of national security issues at this time. It's nice that this item is here and we can have a community conversation on the intersection between national security, crime issues, how we're going to work on these issues at this kind of fragile time. Good item. Nice to hear it's now been 4 years of really reducing crime in San Diego and in cities across the state, if not the country. These are practices that we've started in the previous Biden administration, basically, and we've been trying to explain to Trump that we have a good thing going here. You don't have to overwhelm an already good situation we're building. So thank you for this work and effort. It's with 4 years now of continual good practices. I hope we can really look into the ideas of responsible technology. I know you guys have a philosophy, we all do. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And so I'm sure you want to keep moving on in this same momentum, but I think it's really important as good progressive practices, we have to be considering the concepts of responsible surveillance technology and not a plethora of tech. And we have the capability to ask those questions. I hope in this coming year we can be talking about those good things. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Chipman? And I believe somebody was ceding you time for this, but then we went back. Okay.
I don't need it for this. I'm here also to congratulate the chief and his staff. Excellent work. It should be noted that they're running at about 10% down from the budgeted number of officers. And I also noted and had an opportunity to speak briefly with him about the increase in drug and alcohol crime. Should be noted that if you want to bring DUIs to near zero, just stop enforcing. Don't look for them. Don't do any saturation patrols. Don't do any DUI checkpoints. And he assured me that the reason these are going up is because we're getting more enforcement on those issues. So this is obviously an indication that the city and the citizens who promoted Chief Wall made a great choice. We look forward to the future and doing even better in the future. There's no community that supports the police any more than Pacific Beach, and so congratulations.
Next is Bob Kaczewski. If you can please come up to the podium.
I'd like to add on to Scott's comment that one way to reduce crime is to simply not report it. I'm not going to address this to Chief Wall because this is something that happened before his term, and I don't believe he's responsible for it, but I do want to share my own experience trying to report a crime that I encountered here in San Diego. A number of years ago, I was assaulted repeatedly by the son of a former police officer. David Jebb was the police officer, and his son was Gabriel Jebb. I went directly to the Northern Division and stood there and tried to fill out a police report, asked to do so, and I was told, please go out and wait in your car, and we'll send an officer out to take your report. Now, I thought that was a little strange, but after about an hour of waiting, at the end of the day, I kind of figured no one was coming out. And they did not take that police report. I went back again and again, and until I brought my lawyer with me, they refused to take a report on Gabriel Jebb, the son of David Jebb. Now, I know that there's got to be camaraderie in the force, and I know you guys do a dangerous job, but please recognize that part of the problem is that your officers are sometimes not taking reports against other officers. Thank you.
Thank you. That does conclude public comment here in council chambers. I'm starting those that are participating remotely. We have 7 speakers in the queue, starting with Catherine Douglas. If you can please unmute.
Good afternoon. This crime briefing report from 2025 is beyond impressive. Chief Wall, along with his entire hardworking team, delivered these results through precision-based policing that focused efforts on quick apprehension and solving violent crimes, the use of game-changing technology such as smart streetlights and automated license plate readers, helped officers apprehend suspects faster, preventing subsequent offenses, and by fostering a collaborative partnership with the communities they serve. One great example of this is the No Shots Fired initiative and the group that spoke first today in Chambers. I met them at the press conference last week. They're an amazing group of people. Well done, Chief Wall and team. Policing is a demanding job, but our SDPD team has clearly done a spectacular job and deserves both our praise and support. Public safety is the #1 responsibility of government. Please support our police department in the FY27 budget to continue this trend for the safety of every single one of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is 8700. If you can please unmute. After that, the original. 8700, *6.
Thank you. Joy Sunyata, CD3. Thank you, Chief Wall and the rest of the SDPD for building more trust in how safe we feel in San Diego. That's a big deal. Thank you. And the crime decrease, again, this time by 6.3%. Another big thank you. Now I'm going to tweak my comments a bit. I had a lot to say, but it changed because of the public speakers just now in the chamber. But I'll start with this. My from the offense table was clearance rates. Skip that. Anyway, I had a question about the district attorney not issuing criminal charges, and I wondered what percentage that is, and I wonder how she was helping those people that she wasn't charged. So what happened is the public speakers, the first, second, and third, I believe, I hope they're still there in the chamber because I love them so much. I honor their courage. It's just tremendous what they've done with their lives. Thank you for coming and sharing with us. And I just want you to know gang prevention and that violence is so critical. And I was shocked to find out that it goes through family. It's a legacy. It's a generational thing that is passed on and expected. So what you did with your
time
lives,
has
whether it was
concluded. My apologies. The original, if you can please unmute, and then it's the gambler.
I'd like to give a warm handoff to this propaganda update to Stephen Whitburn. I find it very egregious because there are many things that are not being reported, especially in Tent City, because Dreams for Change is actually telling participants not to report the sexual assaults that are taking place. The police sit and watch people do fentanyl. You guys give people pipes and needles and test their drugs and make sure it's not fentanyl. You also give them Narcan. You're penalizing and criminalizing homelessness because you guys have nowhere to put them. Fentanyl is being distributed throughout Tent City. And being done, again, right in front of officers on the street. And you can find little pieces of foil all over the place, something that's potentially dangerous even for the animals that are just walking there, potentially a child if they wanted to pick it up and then all of a sudden overdose. So, and then when you have the police who may or may not take in a report, they actually have the discretion to do whatever they want. So, you know, we have children that are being kidnapped on a regular basis. There's a massive pedophilia problem within the gay community, within just children in general being targeted in San Diego. It is very disturbing to see these kinds of things take place while you guys want to paint a pretty picture that San Diego is a safe place. That is not true, especially when you guys are the gatekeepers of being able to do any kind of pushing of criminal activity or stopping it.
Thank you. Your time has concluded. The gambler, if you can please unmute, and then after that is Ernie Casco.
How are you guys doing today? I mixed feelings on this, but primarily, how much of the reduction, I like the fact that there's more police out on there, and I noticed that they're a little bit more active than they used to be. But what did that come to? Because you guys refused to do things for years and years and years, even on the streets, that people freaking got killed. So many people died in the last 4 years because you chose to look away. And matter of fact, you have no backing by the people sitting in this court. Like, if they would get anything from throwing you under the bus, they would in a heartbeat. That's a sad friggin' reality that we're faced with today. Is corrupt people have full control over our elections very easily. Anyone could go ahead and register anyone and vote for them. There is no real checks and balances, and the clear initiative is not going to pass. So we're going to be stuck in this situation. So what? Is this just a temporary retrieve? And then if you actually enforce something, are you going to be prosecuted immediately after because it's politically just? I mean, right now we could go ahead and solve our money problem very easily by adopting Julian Brown's technology. Do you? Oh, hell no, because you make more money personally if you go ahead and go along with the game, because they're going to go ahead and suppress true inventors, right?
Your time has concluded. Ernie Casco, if you can please unmute. After that is Zoom user. The 5-minute timer has also concluded. There were 3 speakers in the queue. No additional speakers will be taken. Please proceed, Ernie.
Ernie Casco, La Jolla resident, Torrey Pines Glider Port. I reported serious allegations to SDPD, the Real Estate Assets Department, and directly to you, Joe LaCava, office at Torrey Pines Glider Port. Where are the police reports? I refuse to surrender my freedom under threat of violence. This is a negligent homicide and attempted murder case, workplace violence, wrongful termination, assault over the death of a pilot. It was attempted murder in retaliation by switching my wing that collapsed in mid-flight, crashing on a rooftop. My home was invaded twice. Then I was poisoned with a deadly biohazard. This is an ongoing hate crime that needs to stop. No citizen should have their life under threat or die over the commercialization of a public park. It's time to stop the crime with the permanent reinstatement of Torrey Pines Gliderport Advisory Board and the immediate implementation of the proposed San Diego recreational waiver as a proven solution that ends the dispute and addresses the victim and witnesses that have been damaged by Torrey Pines Gliderport negligent operation. It's a win for City Council liabilities and restores recreational rights and freedoms for years to come to what it originally was. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Zoom user. If you can please unmute. Our final speaker will be Tasha Williamson, Zoom user.
Thanks for taking my call. This is Hector. Hey, I want to shout out to the good Lord Jesus for not turning his back on us and having those gang guys step forward and take care of business in their neighborhood. They're doing great. Well, the last 4 years under Biden and under our own governor, it was legal to steal $950 a day from anybody. Just walk in and take it. You know, that was just criminal, man. I think the reason everything's down is because Trump took over and it's getting hardcore now to break a crime. You need some other statistics of ICE deportations in San Diego County. How many criminals were deported? That wasn't on the stats. That takes a lot of the bad guys out of here. And now they know that it's going to be more guys they're looking for and stuff with ICE to get them out of here. And it's going to get real when we go against the drug dealers. They kill people. Just like in Tijuana, they had 50 car bombs just a while ago. So it could come over to San Diego, but who knows? It's going to get worse before it gets better. But the guys that are making a difference with the good Lord on their side there, it's got to be. Plus, good luck in the next year or so when ICE shows up again hardcore, and it really gets. It's going to be pretty exciting to get everybody deported. It'll be great. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Tasha Williamson. Please unmute. Tasha, I can unmute for you. A pop-up should have come up. I will have to. She seems to have dropped. I would like to note for the record that this item did receive 3 comments in favor and 0 comments in opposition via our e-comment form, which has been distributed to the council. Thank you, Council President.
All right, thank you, City Clerk. As a reminder, this is an information item and no motions required. We'll go turn it over to Council Member for questions and comments, and we'll start with Council Member Von Wilpert, the Chair of our Public Safety Committee.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you, Chief, and thank you to the entire department and for the presentation today. And thank you to the community for coming out. It is good news that we are down once again in crime across our city, making us still the safest, largest city in America, which is no easy feat. And these results don't happen by accident. They are the result of the dedication of our officers, their strong leadership, the policies and investments we've made as a city and as the City Council. But it's also the result of our community. Public safety is a community effort, and our officers actually rely on building trust with the community to make us safer, which is also why oversight, transparency, and building community trust is just as important as making sure we have highly trained officers able to show up to 911 calls on time. I want to thank all of our partners from the Commission on Gang Prevention. Thank you for being here. Pastor, your words are very meaningful. I appreciate the work you're doing. I want to thank San Diego Youth Services and other nonprofits who are helping out. I want to thank also No Shots Fired, who came into our Public Safety Committee last week to tell us about the incredible gang interruption violence work they are doing, including one of their members was actually shot this past year in the middle of trying to interrupt more gun violence prevention here. I want to thank our gun violence prevention team, our Ghost Gun Task Force, as well as the folks getting gun violence restraining orders. We can prevent mass shootings in this country. We have seen it in our school districts. If you report something, our police will take it seriously and get guns out of dangerous situations. So please keep reporting things. I also want to thank our MEA represented employees, such as our 911 dispatchers, who have incredibly hard jobs to hear victims calling for help and ensuring that our officers have the information they need to get there on time. If you ever want to go see how hard our 911 dispatchers work with information coming at them from 4 different screens, they're calling, hearing the victim, they're talking to the police officers on the street as they're getting there. It is incredibly hard work that they do. I want to thank our AFSCME 127 workers, who are the mechanics, for example, who keep our cars running and keep our equipment functioning. And the civilian staff from our retired senior volunteer positions, our PISO officers, the clerical staff who do the purchase orders to make sure that our equipment is actually purchased and funded for our police department. We have so many city employees who have their hands on public safety, and I want to thank all of them. I also want to thank, most importantly, our SDPD officers who every day put their lives on the line. On Valentine's Day, a Saturday night, I actually went on a ride-along, and I saw one of the most tragic scenes I've seen in my lifetime. And I served in the Peace Corps in the AIDS crisis in Africa. I have seen a lot of children buried. But we saw a horrible stabbing on the street downtown, actually in Councilor Whitmer's district. The victim did not survive. And by the time I got there, the suspect had then fled inside the apartment building and had lit his unit on fire, trying to burn the apartment down. So I was able to witness almost all of the apparatus this city funds, from our police cars, our PRT response team, our ambulances. I now understand why automated CPR machines are so important. I saw the tower ladder come from the fire department. I could not believe that this is what one incident required. And then I saw the resilience of the witnesses who witnessed the unfortunate stabbing, and they waited in the cold into the late hours of the night just for the homicide team to arrive and take their statements. So there are brave civilians in this city who are willing to stand up and talk about what they saw every day, and I want to thank everybody who's brave enough to come forward. But I do have some questions as well. In addition to all the great work we are doing with our department, there's also times that we can improve. And so we also need to continue training. And so I want to know, Chief, can you tell us about how you're actually increasing training to make sure that we don't, use excessive force in incidences and we respond appropriately? I know you're rethinking our training program, so I'd love for you to tell everybody about it.
Sure. Thank you for that question, Council Member. First, let me start by saying police training across the country is one of the first things that gets cut during tough budget times. I'm very proud to say, working with my staff, we have not cut training since I started as police chief. But to be open and transparent, our training is not enough. We need to increase and do more as this world becomes more and more complex. As crime trends begin to change, we need to be more adaptive. One of the first things I did was I changed over the entire chain of command in our training division with the intent to redesign our training program. We lacked a true leadership development unit and a true leadership development program. It's one of my top 3 priorities, to develop inspiring leaders that people love to come to work for and that can lead this city into the future. I'm proud to say that we have that leadership development unit in place, and the leadership programs are beginning, not just for the top part of our organization, but for our frontline police officers, detectives, our professional staff, all the way up to the top of this organization. Additionally, we just last month started 2 field training teams. Our training cycles for decades, have extended for an 18-month cycle. Back in the 90s and early 2000s, when the world wasn't spinning as fast as it is today, that 18-month cycle was sufficient. But in today's world, we see trends or different types of situations that we're facing in the streets, and we need to adapt our training. So we now have 2 field training teams that are working 7 days a week. They're going out to lineups. Instead of having a longer duration of training, it's shorter, more frequent, with high repetition. Great. And we're able to change the training scenarios overnight. So we went from an 18-month cycle to an overnight pivot, which is taking an aircraft carrier and we're driving it more like a speedboat. So I'm very proud of our training division for the work that they've done. And we've done that without expanding the budget in any way. So very proud of what they've come up with.
Fantastic, thank you. And I do realize that training can be the first thing to cut in a hard budget season, but that will result in harder calls later down the road. We don't want to set up our officers to fail in the community. We want to make sure that they are trained and they can adapt if something happens, they should be able to address that right away rather than, you said, wait 18 months for a training cycle to come around when they address something that happened a year ago. So I think it's very smart the way you're doing this, and let us know how we can continue to fight for that in the budget, because crime unfortunately is not stopping. People call 911 all the time. I mean, hundreds of thousands of 911 calls a year. So I want to make sure we do fight to make sure there is enough in the budget to make sure officers are continually trained and continuous improvement. I also want to ask and say thank you as well for the incredible work you're doing cutting down the amount of overtime costs. It's been incredible to see. At the same time, I want to make sure, may I have my extra 3 minutes, please? I want to make sure that we're not doing that at the expense of response times. I know we're hitting our 911 emergency calls, but then there are non-emergency calls that people still need help with. So are response times flagging now, or how are we doing there?
So our response times are not where I'd like to see them, quite frankly. We have different priority calls in our dispatch center. For the highest emergency calls, we are just slightly underneath the threshold of 7 minutes response time. And the reason we're hitting that is because when those calls come out, everybody drops what they're doing, no matter what they're doing, and they go to that call. So we're hitting that response metric, but every other response time is sometimes double and triple expected time frame. We went through a reorganization in my first 60 days as chief. We've been kind of retooling and refocusing our efforts and moving our overtime around. To go through the amount of change that we've gone through this past year and a half, and to have response times remain the same is remarkable. We cut almost $7 million in overtime without causing response times to skyrocket and without having to reduce the services we provide to this city. So it's remarkable work that my staff and department members are doing. Very proud of them for that.
I think it's incredible as well. I mean, we are still not fully staffed for the amount of officers that we could under the budget, and the city of San Diego has grown exponentially, and yet we're still making it to 911 calls. And so I do want to keep making sure we're funding recruitment academies, because we're losing a lot of good officers to retirement. So I know the budget's very hard, but I know we just want to make sure we continue recruiting and getting a diverse group of officers and who can backfill as we get retirements. My last question, which is about the technology we've been implementing to help officers do their jobs quicker. I mean, I've seen Taser 10 out in action. That's been very helpful for officers, other than the old school tasers, which are not as useful, and also the automated license plate readers. I mean, we just heard about yet another hate crime happening in our city, and I know the automated license plate reader technology was able to help prevent those and caught the suspects 2 years ago in Hillcrest. So I know we've been reducing vehicle thefts, we've been solving homicides with it, but has it still continued to be productive for all of us, for the city?
Our staffing levels are we have about a 10% vacancy rate based on our budget right now. But if you look at the call volume that we have and the amount of time that it takes to handle that call volume, we're about 1,000 officers short of what we need. If you look at similar sized cities across the country, Phoenix is 3,000 police officers. We're at about 1,815, somewhere around there right now. Dallas, 3,300 police officers, same size city. So we're definitely doing the job with fewer officers. We're finding creative ways to try to make sure that we're being as efficient and as effective as we possibly can with the limited resources we have. There's no question that technology helps us bridge that gap. Whether it's license plate readers that help us apprehend suspects after they commit the first crime or second crime versus allowing them to commit multiple crimes before we figure out who they are and catch them. Or whether it's using other technologies, specifically when it comes to like Taser 10, tools like that help us save lives when we have violent, combative individuals, and we're able to have a greater standoff distance. And that particular system helps us stay further back and have multiple attempts at trying to get that person safely into custody. There's no question that it's extremely helpful for us.
Got it. And we've had robust hearings here at City Hall on privacy and transparency and civil rights, which are all equally important. So if anybody has questions about how automated license plate readers are used, you can see the transparent use policy on the city's website. You can note where all these cameras are on the city's website. We have weekly audits that the police and our IT department does showing why the data has been pulled, what it's used for, and we are unique among other cities. We do not share our automated license plate reader system with any other city. Others around us do. The city of Chula Vista has these, Oceanside, Escondido, Los Angeles put up ALPRs and smart street lights. The city of Berkeley uses ALPRs and smart street lights. Oakland, I mean, these are used to prevent and treat crime, or prevent and actually solve crime. However, there was a caller talking about whether or not the city cooperates in immigration enforcement, and let me be clear, we do not. We actually led a vote at the city of San Diego to join the lawsuit with Minneapolis against the federal administration for what ICE is currently doing in our communities, because that is not law enforcement. But Chief, can you state on the record again, we do not violate the California Values Act and we are not cooperating in immigration enforcement?
Yes, ma'am. First of all, we don't share with anybody in the state. We don't share with our federal partners. We definitely don't use it for immigration purposes. We're in complete compliance with Senate Bill 54 as well as Senate Bill 34 in terms of sharing that information. We retain it and own that data. And again, we're trying to be as transparent as we possibly can and have the oversight and auditing in place so that people can be comfortable and confident that we're using it the right way to catch criminals.
Thank you. It is critically important people feel safe calling our officers and calling 911, and so I just want to reiterate that again on the record. So thank you very much for the great news today. Thank you for the community effort and the work everyone in our department is doing. But I do want to close in recognizing this incredible progress in keeping us all safe. There's also something just as important. There were still horrible victims of crime last year. I mean, victims of horrible crimes. And I still want to note that even though our crime statistics are down, statistics are not just numbers. There are people who've lost family members. There are people who have had to leave their homes due to domestic violence. There are children who faced hate crimes in our schools. And so I want to acknowledge that there are still victims that we have to remember in this situation, even as we're celebrating lower crime rates. I still want to remember them too. So thank you very much for the briefing. Thank you for the good news, and I'll close my comments.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Von Wilpert. We'll go next to Councilmember Moreno.
Thank you for the presentation. The City of San Diego's 2025 crimes briefing data shows meaningful declines in violent crimes, robberies, burglaries, and vehicle theft. I do want to start off by commending the men and women of the San Diego Police Department and Chief Wall for their outstanding work in reducing crime across the city. However, as shown on the graph titled Vehicle Theft by Council District 2024 versus 2025, district data is significantly higher, with 1,622 vehicle thefts in 2024 and 1,161 in 2025. It does appear that the high number of vehicle theft is due to the targeting operations by criminals around the cross-border express. In 2024, more than 4 million people used CBX to cross over, to take a flight through Rodriguez International Airport in Tijuana, Mexico. Criminals know the high volume of activity at CBX, and it shows that they're taking advantage of travelers that leave their cars unattended for days, maybe even weeks. Now, CBX is a vital part of my district, and I would argue it's a vital part of the city of San Diego and the state of California. So having CBX in District 8 comes with its responsibilities. My question is, what measures is the SDPD implementing to address the high rate of vehicle thefts in this area?
Thank you for that question, Council Member. First, let me start by saying there's been a considerable drop from 2024 to 2025. I think we're fewer by 400 or 500 vehicle thefts just in your district alone. So definitely celebrate the progress. But there are still 1,100 other cases from this last year that we do need to address and continue driving that number down. I will say that with technology like license plate readers, where we arrested 199 people last year for auto theft based on the license plate readers, and other cities around the county are having similar progress. What we're doing when you look at from a macro level, we're taking the auto thieves off of the playing table. And we're seeing that across the country. But specifically for that lot, it is a target-rich environment. There's thousands of cars there, and they're there most of the time for an extended period. And so what it's going to take is really a focused enforcement in those lots. Some of them are, as you know, are joint use or federal property. And so working with our federal partners as well to try to address this issue and trying to bring additional security measures, security patrols, whether it is federal agents or if it's security or San Diego police officers. But we're committed to working on this and of course your office to make sure that we keep it at the forefront.
Thank you. I appreciate your response. Recently, CBX did send a memo to the mayor. I know they sent one to me and requesting focused enforcement in this area and additional security. So I look forward to seeing that in the next year. And thank you for the response. I want to redirect our focus to Delbergia Street in District 8. In a few minutes, we're going to hear item 201, requesting Delbergia to reduce its speed limits by 5 miles per hour. This change follows a citywide study which determined that Delbergia has one of the greatest needs for speed reduction due to, and I quote, high levels of commercial activity and traffic volume. While there are several businesses in the area on Delbergia, such as Edco, Fix Auto, San Diego Galvanize Inc., just to name a few, the high levels of commercial activity and traffic volumes can be associated with ongoing issues related to prostitution activity along Delbergia. Can the department provide an update regarding prostitution activity and what SDPD is doing to combat the prostitution of Delbergia and just in general enforcement efforts that the PD is undertaking to address this issue?
Well, first, let me say the additional large vehicles, construction trucks in that area, smaller streets, having slower speeds down there, if you want my personal opinion, I think is a good thing down there with those large vehicles in a congested area. But to your point about prostitution, with the recent change in law, we're now able to focus on the demand side and address the Johns. I think we're going to start seeing large increases in the crimes against society side. Is that where that would be recorded? Correct. Good. It's now given us the tools that we need to have an impact. And we've had focused efforts down there since the day that bill came online. And I think we'll continue over time showing that we're going to be consistent and we're going to focus on those areas. I think you'll continue to see that issue start to dissipate.
Okay. Thank you for the response. I do want to understand the limitations and complexities of prostitution, but I do want to point out if we had open-air prostitution on Prospect Street or Kettner Boulevard, I think the response from the city would be very different than what is being shown in Delbergia. And I continue to implore you, Chief, and Mayor Gloria to address this issue. I think the residents and businesses on Delbergia deserve better. And I hate to end on a negative note because this is a very good uptick that we're seeing across the board for the city of San Diego. But these are the realities that residents in my district are experiencing, and it's my responsibility to advocate for my district. So all in all, kudos for the improvement across the city. Definitely reflects the dedication, professionalism, and commitment of our officers who work every day to keep San Diego safe. So just in general, just really wonderful job that you guys are doing. On those two items, I will elevate them just so we can get more attention. But thank you for your response.
Councilmember, if I may, I think our offices have engaged quite a few memos over the past couple of years about prostitution on Dalbergia. Through that advocacy, the state law that Chief Wall referenced allowed us to take enforcement beyond special operations and really return it to patrol officers to have that sustained enforcement. The work's not done there. I think as we continue to look at this issue, continue to advocate at the state to have additional legislation that can allow us to go towards the victim services side as well, and ensure folks that are being trafficked in that area have resources and that we're able to engage with them. So understood that the work is not yet done, but looking forward to continued engagement with your office there.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Moreno. We'll go next to Councilmember Campbell.
Thank you, Council President. And thanks to you for the wonderful presentation, the good work that it shows, and to all the police department for all the work to keep the city of San Diego one of the safest and biggest cities in America. It's great news to see that the crime rates continue to decrease, but again, and now by 6.3%. This is the 5th year in a row that crime has gone down. It's especially good to see that hate crimes in general have decreased by 32% in the city. The issue of hate crimes was one plaguing our communities for the last couple of years, and I'm relieved to see that our efforts have helped decrease hate crimes, especially against our LGBT community and especially against people of color who for decades have been the main victims of such crimes. However, it is concerning to see that religious hate crimes have increased in the city by 150%. An increase in religious hate crimes harms the safety and unity of our communities. It undermines the fundamental American value of religious freedom. It is essential that we stand firmly against hatred and ensure that every person can practice their faith without fear. People ask, what can I do to help? Well, here's a suggestion. Anytime someone you're conversing with makes a comment that is against someone's religion, tell them to stop. Tell them to stop saying things like that, and remind them that our Constitution guarantees the freedom of all religions. As a matter of fact, when we began as a country all those hundreds of years ago, many of the people who started our country came here because they needed religious freedom. Never forget that. And in other words, on other items in District 2, my district, I want to thank you. Our crime is down by 6% this year. And across the city, the numbers are just incredibly wonderful. Murders dropped by 25%, non-fatal shootings 21% down, vehicle theft down by 22% overall. And this is all great news. And I think a lot of it is because of our smart technology that dramatically improves our officers' ability to do their jobs. And additionally, these trends show that this mayor and this city council and this department are committed to ensuring that San Diego remains either the top or maybe this year even we might be number 2, I'm not sure, of America's safest cities overall. I'm once again committing my full support to our police officers because I want our communities to remain safe, and so do my residents. I want to thank all our officers who are working long hours, keeping us all safe, and yet you've been able to decrease the amount of overtime. Thank you so much, and may we please have good results in our recruitment for new officers. Thank you. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember Campbell. We'll go next to Councilmember Campillo.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Chief, and thank you to the San Diego Police Department for your good work. Just want to start by recognizing the work of our officers and our community partners. Even while operating with fewer officers per capita than comparable major cities, they continue to deliver excellent results and help keep San Diego one of the safest large cities in the country. In years past, I've pointed out those figures, but today I'll just remind folks that for our population, we should have closer to 2,600 officers. I personally would like to see a plan to get us to 2,000 officers in the next 3 years. I think that's an ambitious but also realistic goal. Public safety also means prevention, and that's why I've supported programs that work directly in communities that interrupt cycles of violence before they're started, as well as supporting well-vetted technologies. And of course, while hate crimes are reportedly down, we know that many incidents still go unreported. At a time when hateful rhetoric is more normalized, it's critical that our community continues to speak out and have people report these incidents, hopefully to San Diego Police Department or their law enforcement agencies, but if not, to trusted community partners so we can connect them with resources. Also, I want to point out that we are a border city, and we are also one of the largest safe cities in the country for many years running, because we're focusing on protecting people and strengthening communities. Good crime prevention and good crime solving help to reinforce that we as a city are upholding our top charter obligation. It's stated plain and clear, which is keeping San Diego safe. Chief, I have a question for you and your staff about crime clearance. Sorry about the feedback. Crime clearance, it's an odd phrase to members of the public, but basically it means arrests and apprehensions when a crime is reported. I'm glad to see that those statistics have stayed basically stable or increased for property crimes, because that's the first modicum of justice for many victims, to know that the police department has actually apprehended someone who has allegedly committed a crime. I'm wondering how difficult it would be for San Diego Police Department to see how many of those cleared cases actually have led to guilty convictions or dismissal for whatever reason. Is that data able to be collected from the DA's office or the city attorney's office in handling those cases, so that the public can understand and have a more complete picture of what accountability is truly being achieved? Can we get that data? Can we dig into that data so we actually see that a lot of these crimes where people are being apprehended actually lead to substantial justice through either a guilty plea or a dismissal when the person cannot be proven beyond a reasonable doubt guilty?
I would say it's possible, Councilmember. Unfortunately, we do not retain that information and don't necessarily have access to that information. We'd have to request that through the district attorney's office as well as the city attorney's office. I can imagine for both of them that would be a pretty laborious task to try to weed through which agencies each one applies to. As you know, there are a number of other factors that go into each of these cases. But at the end of the day, I do think that they have some data we'd have to request from them.
Okay. I'm hoping that next year, this time, maybe with a few conversations, you can collect at least some high-level data as to what that looks like. Because when you look at the types of crimes against persons, oftentimes there's human witnesses. It's a violent crime. There's something substantial. Property crime, usually there's no one watching. Crimes against society, typically the police officer is the witness to what is oftentimes a drug crime, right? So I would hope you could have those conversations, see what we can get, so that next year we have a more robust picture. Because I think the public can look at these numbers, but also say, well, who's actually being held accountable? I think a lot of people think that nobody's being held accountable, but I know that's not the truth. I know the DA's office and the city attorney's office successfully prosecute many, many crimes. So if you can have those conversations and by next year have some report back on that, I'll ask the question next year. So you have 365 days heads up. Thank you for your good work. Thank you for the time, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember Campillo. We'll go next to Councilmember Foster.
Yes, thank you, Council President. And thank you, Chief, to you and your team for the presentation. I guess I will start with congratulations and a good job. Job well done. You know, typically, I think there are folks out there that would say I tend to be more or to criticize San Diego Police than to congratulate you. But I think on the efforts and the data is clear that we are the safest, largest city. And so thank you for that. Thank you to your team. Also, I just want to say thank you as we have one of our credible messenger teams here today started working on bringing credible messengers to the city of San Diego as I was the chief of staff for District 4. And it was a task to bring that forward. And we were able to start with the No Shots Fired team and bringing them on board. But I want to thank you personally for your efforts because we have expanded things, and would like to thank my council colleagues for their support in expanding the alternatives and continuing the investment in No Shots Fired, continuing to pursue CalVIP grants, and also thank you to my colleagues for the efforts in creating the drop-in centers. I think that work speaks for itself, and I think it is necessary work, and hopefully you and your team see the importance and the assistance that they provide in certain circumstances. So just really want to thank you, and also thank you to the mayor's office and his team for continuing those efforts. I know it's not easy, but you have shown if you provide the opportunity, there are avenues and good work that's being done. I myself work closely with a few of the organizations. You know, I always call no matter what the night is as I hear activity. I live in one of the main corridors for Southeastern Division, and so I hear a lot of the activities and things that go on, and I am always first one on the phone to make sure that we are interrupting violence and trying our best to keep our neighborhood safe. So I just want to thank you for those efforts. Also, I do appreciate my colleagues' line of questioning on things we're doing for training. As you know, there's several sides to policing, and as we are doing the good work and keeping our communities safe, there's also some other things that we need to continue to work on. We're all human. No one's above making a mistake, myself included. And so I just want to thank you for the time and effort you're taking to work on those types of issues, to look at internally what we can do better. And I'm sure you'll have some more time to go into more detail about those efforts and the certain things that you are doing with training. So I truly do appreciate that as well. The one question, I do have a couple of questions. And I just want to ask this of you because one thing that I will always say, and I've said this before, I truly do believe at certain times we do a disservice to our officers. And I think we have put a lot on them. And so I just want to ask, do you employ or does the city employ any social workers that you know of?
Directly?
Directly.
No.
Right? We don't have any behavioral health per se folks on what I want to say city staff, not to say we may not be contracting as we work with our PERT experts in certain things, but our core services that we provide, we do not employ those types of individuals, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're clear because we ask a lot of our officers as we deal with our homelessness in certain issues. And oftentimes, I find that as we are dealing in certain circumstances or certain incidents arise, oftentimes you can tie it back to certain behavioral health circumstances or certain things that things may not, let's say, finish the way we would want them to finish.
No,
right?
to be transparent, we do partner, and they do ride with us 7 days a week, county social workers. So while we don't hire social workers as a city employee, we do partner with the county for mental health services. We partner with them for registered nurses, and we partner with them for social workers. So we do have them available as far as outreach into the community. I was thinking you were talking about more internally to work with officers on a wellness side. But
Well, that as well, because that is something that we also need to address because, again, we are putting a lot on our officers. And so I do appreciate the efforts. I do appreciate the results from the crime stats that we are seeing. So, I just want to say thank you to our officers and thank you for the good work and thank you to your team in the mayor's office. But I do think we need to do more as we have, as we deal with the behavioral health issues that I think there are other agencies, organizations that need to take the lead and to have more responsibility and accountability so that we can address the core, what I would want to say the core issues some of the things that we are experiencing out in our community. So I just wanted to make sure that we talked about that briefly. As I look at this, also, I just want to ask, and I want to say this before I leave that, because I just want everyone to also know that we have a severe shortage in our social workers, in our behavioral health experts, and it is a very, very large problem. It's something that we've identified. I do sit on the San Diego Workforce Partnership, where we are starting to expand our efforts in regards to apprenticeships and certain trainings to bring more folks into the behavioral health services so we can try and plug that gap. So we are trying to approach this comprehensively on all sides, as I do me personally, I do recognize the issues that are out there. Also, I do have a question on hate crimes. And I guess originally, and I'll use an example, there was a moment in time where we were having some individuals, I guess I will say, were going around and taking pellet guns and certain things that we're doing, inappropriate activities in communities. And originally, I thought we were headed down a hate crime scenario. But it looked like once it went through the investigative process, the DA landed where they landed, it looks like that was pulled back to where it was not a hate crime, if I understood what was in the media reporting. So my question is, based on the stats that are provided in the report, is that based on your data, or is that after the final determination of what the DA does?
It's a fantastic question, Councilmember. And without knowing a little bit more information, I don't know that I can answer it correctly, but let me at least say this. When there's a plea deal that's put on the table, they may take that hate crime charge off in terms of negotiating for future, for a resolution to the case without having that attached to your file, if you will. I can talk a little bit about that case because it's a fantastic example of how we work together as one community, and we had some restorative justice there for those 3 19-year-old individuals who clearly were making some bad decisions, but I think working with the No Shots Fired program, working with the courts, working with the community, we were able to get these kids back on track, and they're not going to be tarred and feathered for the rest of their lives because of bad decisions as 19-year-olds. So very proud of that case, very proud of the LGBTQ community for coming forward and sharing how it felt to be targeted, but having the strength to forgive. I just think that's a perfect example of why San Diego is a great city.
And I appreciate that because I don't think folks truly understand the details and how everything works together. So I do appreciate that. Let me check my notes really quick. If you can, there's a slide in the presentation, if you don't mind pulling that up. I don't see a page number on my end, but it looks like it's NIBRS, and it says crime categories by council district 2025. If you can pull that up really quick in on the screen.
Is it the green and blue and red?
Yeah.
Green, yeah.
Can you control her? I think she's. Do you want me to get it? Oh, yeah.
And we'll try to make this quick. I got about 10 seconds left. There you go. And I understand, as we drill back, because we did see an uptick in certain categories as we look at some gang violence and certain things, which I know folks are working very hard on. But I wanted to look at this. Can you kind of help me to better understand what this slide represents? As I look at District 4, it looks like we are in a good place as you compare it to the rest of the city. And oftentimes, as I am out in the community or I hear certain references to my community, is typically noted as unsafe. But as I look at this chart, it kind of says the opposite, that it appears District 4 is actually in a good place. Not to say there's not room for improvement as well, but it does appear that District 4 is not in the top 3, I guess I'll say.
Let me start by saying, Councilmember, that gang violence overall is down 13%. While there are some categories within gang violence that have seen what I would characterize at this point as a slight increase that we need to focus on, but I wouldn't declare it a problem. We've seen over the last 5 years a steady decline in gang violence, and I'll attribute that to community groups like the ones that were here today, the ones that aren't necessarily here today but are out there doing the hard work. Our police officers, our gang intervention unit that is starting to mentor kids at a young age. We're starting to see the successes of things that have been planted from years in the past moving forward. If we see increases again next year and a trend going up, then I think I'd be a little bit more serious about it, but I think we have the right game plan. I think you'll see a normal ebb and flow. That isn't anything to be concerned with. We're staying at a low level right now, and that's a good thing. But to explain the colored chart there, let me ask my partner here to do that.
Thanks, Chief. Yeah, Councilmember. So to your point, I think what you're trying to get at is, with respect to the volume, right? Your district is relatively low, and the way we typically look at this, from ourselves, we're either looking at a command perspective or all the way down to a beat level. Crime, when you're looking at kind of macro, full year view of how did crime go and where was the crime, it tends to follow pretty similarly with our call volume as well. So, downtown, the beaches, our shopping centers, places where you're going to have large collections of people, you're going to have more incidents. And so most of your district is more suburban, right? The incidents that we see occur in that district are going to be a little more diffuse, right? They're spread out across a little bit more randomly than they might be in those centralized locations, like you imagine a shopping center or a place where you might have a lot of, say, alcohol-related incidents. And so to your point, I think with respect to the suburban areas we see in the city, they're generally going to be lower compared to our large collections of people.
Okay, very good, and thank you for that. And just again, I'll say this simply put: District 4 is a safe community. So thank you for all the work that you do. And as we look at the trends, and I just want you to know that I am always here to step up and to help out in any way I can. You know that I work directly with my community and folks, and I have absolutely no problem doing that and having those conversations. So with that, again, Pastor Sandoval, thank you to you and your team for coming out today. I don't see, I know him as Big Rudy, but you kind of, hey Theo, he said you got a big sheep, bro, but. But, I just want to say, hey, congratulations, Big Rudy, and just thank you for everything that you do. And you've come a long way, Theo, and, keep up the good work. So thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Council President. That concludes my comments.
Do you need more input from Big Ruby there? Or All right. Thank you, Councilmember Foster. We'll go next to Councilmember Ela Rivera.
Thank you, Council President. I didn't know we're inviting hype men. Theo, if you want to come through anytime, Chief, thank you for the presentation, obviously, but more importantly for the work behind it. To kind of piggyback on Councilmember Foster's comments, obviously it's important to maintain accountability and share when we feel like the mark isn't being met, but also equally important to make sure we're acknowledging when good work is done and the community is heading in the right direction in terms of safety. And I think it's especially important that we acknowledge that when the progress is being made, to rein in the overtime hours that you've done. I said it before and I'll say it again. The progress that's been made, we were told was impossible. And not only have you proven that that's possible, but we've done it without sacrificing the safety of San Diego residents. And I think that's very, very important to note. and speaks to the work that you're doing in your position. So thank you for that. And to that point, that's a thank you to the community as well. Obviously, the police department plays a very important role in preventing crime and stopping crime, but a community that isn't working well together is not a safe community. And I know you believe that. I know we've had a lot of conversations about that. And so, you know, without diminishing in any way the role that the police department plays, I think it's incredibly important to acknowledge the community as well. The neighbors who look out for one another, the folks who have turned their lives into committing to creating safety and preventing folks from heading down the wrong track, even though many times those roles are not glorious and certainly not well paid. So it's a community-wide effort, and I think all of San Diego deserves appreciation and applause for that. So thank you for believing that that is an important part of the equation to create a safe San Diego. And I'm glad to see that this is the direction we're headed. My colleagues have asked great questions, so I won't belabor those. I just want to say thank you again. Thank you, Council President.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Ela Rivera. We'll go next to Councilmember Whitburn.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you very much for this update. I'm pleased to see that one of the biggest decreases in crime was right here in District 3 with a double-digit drop. There's always more police volume downtown than other areas of the city with so much going on and people coming and going, but it is good to see those numbers moving in the right direction. It's also been good to see more and more people moving into the area, which is something that is really indicative of the degree to people like living downtown and in the District 3 area. I appreciate you including an update on hate crimes, and I want to thank the department for how seriously you take them. Captain Dobbs in Western Division is very good about letting me know about such incidents and increasing patrols when they occur so that the community sees that the department is there to protect them, and keeping me posted on the progress of the investigations, which is why I know that our technology helps to solve these crimes. I also want to thank Central Division and Mid-City Division, which also serve District 3, the Neighborhood Policing Division, which is very active in my district, the officers who police the gas lamp, the officers here at City Hall who keep all of us safe, and everyone in the department who works to keep my constituents safe. So thank you, and thank you, Council President.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Whitburn. I think not seeing anybody else in the lights. I gave away a lot of my time, so I'll just close by thanking my colleagues for your questions and comments and echo them. Thank you for the very good work. You know, we rely a lot on numbers and metrics and statistics to provide evidence for the good work that we know you're doing every day, you and the officers in the rank and file. And we try to provide the resources that you need to do that work. And I'm very proud of the mayor and the council for supporting you in that regards. As new things come up, if new challenges present themselves, we look forward to hearing from you about what you need and not giving it to you in this difficult budget conversation. So that's just a joke, folks. I also look forward to the state of California figuring out SB 580 and actually giving us guidelines that actually amplifies SB 54, and look forward to your work and how you implement that going forward. So as that becomes an increasing part of the distraction that you all face is what the federal government is doing. It's the sandbox we live in. We just have to navigate that. And I know that you were thinking about that and take that very seriously. So again, thank you, Chief. Thank you to your staff. Thank you to the rank and file and the good work they do every day on our behalf. All right. That was an information item. No motion was required. So we will move along. Clerk, please introduce item 202.
Item 202 is the appeal of the environmental determination for 710 Garnett Avenue, streetery project number PRJ-11-26697. This item is not subject to the mayor's veto. If you'd like to speak to this item, please be sure to submit your speaker slip to the front of the room in the clear box. And if you are participating remotely, now's the time to raise your hand by pressing *9 or the raise your hand icon. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, City Clerk. I wanted to make mention as staff proceeds up here, especially for those of you that are either in chambers for the very first time or watching remotely for the very first time. There's been a lot of talk in the media about public participation, about some amendments to the Brown Act that everybody is working very hard to update that will not take effect till July 1st. We call this a quasi-judicial hearing. And we have a protocol that we've done for many, many years about these hearings. And how this will proceed is that operations staff will make their presentation. We'll have a statement by the city attorney. The appellant will go next. They'll have up to 10 minutes for their presentation. We will then invite the applicant to come up, and they will have an opportunity up to 10 minutes to make a presentation, and then we will turn it over to the rest of the public comment going forward. So with that, staff, and I see you're seated there, introduce yourselves for the record and let us know how much time you need.
Thank you. I'll need about 7 minutes.
All right.
Good afternoon, Council President, Council members, and members of the public. I am Travis Cleveland, Development Project Manager for the 710 Garnett Streetery Environmental Appeal. With me today is Courtney Hollowak with the Environmental Analysis Section at Development Services. Before I proceed, I'd like to read a memorandum into the record. I sent this earlier today. The subject project initially requested approval of a 60-foot by 12-foot 8-inch streetery for a total of 760 square feet. Environmental analysis was performed on this measurement, which is also used in the staff report. However, the streetery area was actually reduced in the last submittal to 43 feet by 12 feet for a total of 516 feet. This is accurately reflected in the latest copy of the project plans submitted to Development Services, which I did attach to that memorandum. This does not alter the conclusion of staff's environmental determination. The item before you is an appeal of the environmental determination for an approximately 516 square foot streetery outdoor seating area at an existing restaurant. The environmental determination was made October 14th, 2025, and was appealed on October 27th, 2025. On July 29th, 2020, the 710 Beach Club was issued a temporary business operations permit under the city's emergency outdoor operations regulations, allowing them to build and operate a streetery platform in the parking spaces in front of the business in response to the coronavirus emergency of 2020. These regulations were refined as part of the Spaces as Places program approved by the City Council in November 2021, effective at this location in the coastal zone on August 10th, 2023. Once the new regulations were in effect, Building and Land Use Enforcement, or BLUE, notified the business that they needed to remove the platform, will either remove the platform or obtain the required permits under the Spaces as Places program, including a coastal development permit and a public right-of-way permit. BLUE began actively enforcing the unpermitted streetery in October 2024 due to delays in submitting the current coastal development permit application, which was deemed complete in December of 2024. In September 2025, the business agreed to shorten the platform, pay exclusive use fees for the public right-of-way, open up the disabled parking spaces that they had previously blocked, and keep the platform closed until proper permits could be issued. The platform remains existing but closed. This has allowed the platform to remain in the right-of-way while the permit applications were in the process. On October 14th, 2025, city staff determined the project to be exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, and a Notice of Right to Appeal, or NORA, was prepared and posted in accordance with the municipal code. The NORA was also distributed to the council district, recognized community groups, and any other applicable interested parties for a 10 working day appeal period as required by the municipal code. That period ended on October 28th, 2025.
The project was reviewed in accordance with the CEQA statute and guidelines to determine if it would result in environmental impacts. Staff concluded that the project was categorically exempt from CEQA pursuant to Section 15332 infill development projects. Class 32 consists of projects characterized as infill development, meeting the requirements of this section. To qualify for the infill development project categorical exemption, the project must meet all 5 listed criteria. The Streetery is an extension to a restaurant which is consistent with the visitor commercial plan designation and zone. The project site is less than 5 acres and is located in an urban and developed area. Because the site is entirely developed with urban uses, it has no value as habitat for endangered, rare, or threatened species. The project would not result in any significant effects related to traffic, noise, air quality, or water quality. The project meets the screening criteria for a small project per the city's transportation study manual and therefore would be presumed to be less than significant. The project would be required to comply with all applicable local, state, and federal regulations, ensuring that impacts to noise, air quality, and water quality would be less than significant. The proposed project involves development of a new 516 square foot streetery as an extension of an existing commercial building. The streetery would result in no change in need for public services, and the project site would continue to be adequately served. Pursuant to SDMC section 112.0520, an environmental determination for a Process 3 project may be appealed to the City Council subject to the underlined requirements, which match the boxes checked on the appeal form. Filed appeals typically attach supporting information and/or supporting documents. However, as filed, the appeal checked only the boxes on the form, and the appeal provided no further support. The appeal provided no explanation, documentation, or substantial evidence to support the claim that a factual error has occurred. The appeal does not provide any new information or substantial evidence to support a reasonable possibility that the project will have significant effect on the environment. The appeal does not demonstrate a conflict with any other matters. The appeal does not provide any substantial evidence demonstrating that the findings for the application of the infill exemption have not been met. If the environmental appeal is resolved, the project must obtain a coastal development permit, future hearing officer decision appealable to the Planning Commission. The project is in the Coastal Commission's appeal jurisdiction, so the city's final decision is also appealable to the Coastal Commission. It must obtain a public right-of-way permit if the coastal development permit is issued, and it must remain in compliance with all permit conditions. The administrative record demonstrates that the project would not have a significant effect on the environment. No evidence or documentation was provided related to any of the appeal grounds asserted as to factual error, new information, conflict with other matters, or findings not supported. Staff therefore recommend that the City Council deny the appeal and approve the environmental determination. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the work and for your presentation. As I noted before we hear from the applicant and the appellant, I'll turn it over to the Office of the City Attorney.
Thank you, Council President. The legal standard of review for environmental appeals is de novo. That means the council must exercise its independent judgment based on the record for today's item as to whether the council agrees with the environmental determination. The project is not before you today. A court will uphold the council's decision if it is supported by substantial evidence in the record. That concludes my comments. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Leslie, for that opening statement. So now we will hear from the appellant on the item. Please come up to the mic, introduce yourself for the record, and you will have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation.
Well, we are here to give you the evidence. The 710, oh, by the way, I'm Scott Chipman. You probably remember me. 50-plus year resident of Pacific Beach. Been on the planning group about 20 years, off and on. And the 710 Club, Streetery did come to the planning group, and it was voted unanimously to deny the project. 710 has not been a good neighbor. They've been a horrible neighbor to hundreds of residents across the street in C2C condominiums, as well as to people wanting to enjoy a walk on the boardwalk at night, and the guests and employees of Crystal Pier Hotel. Thank you for putting up the PowerPoint. For decades, the nearby businesses and residents have been subjected to amplified noise, DJs, amplified music, amplified obscenities, amplified vulgarities. They have filed complaints, made calls for service, and have even gone to court, including mediation, but have had no or only sporadic relief. Now the community is threatened by an expansion onto the sidewalk and into the street of the very problems that they have been plagued with for decades. But we're not here to just say, again, that this is a bad bar, but that 710 does not qualify for a CEQA exemption as a matter of law. Under CEQA, exemptions are to be interpreted narrowly, and the burden is on the city to show the exemption applies. Following my presentation, you will hear from neighbors who are representative examples of those directly impacted. There are several reasons the exemption does not apply. One, there are unusual circumstances. There is an unusual circumstance exception in CEQA. Two, the cumulative exception. Three, coastal access and parking impacts. And four, the fair argument standard. Next slide. The unusual circumstances exception, even if the city relies on a categorical exemption, cannot apply if there is a reasonable possibility of a significant environmental impact due to unusual circumstances. Next slide. Hundreds of noise complaints, thousands over the decades. A Superior Court mandated mediation agreement, a known history of violating sound containment requirements, a lack of air conditioning, which was required by the mediation, leading to open doors, windows during amplified entertainment. Next slide. Incident reports. This is just a few months. Next slide. Next slide.
I'm sorry, one moment, we're having some technical difficulties.
We will pause your time.
Thank you.
Are we good? Oh, okay.
We're good? Okay, yeah. It looks the same because these continue page after page after page. Good, next slide, please. Okay. Residents indicate there's no point in calling for incident numbers. Most of the time, no one comes, no one does anything. Wait time is too long to stay on the phone for hours and wait to file a report. The majority of time, they give up. They do not report the noise. Next slide. Okay, these are the unusual circumstances. Next slide. Okay, you can see this is the venue from across the street in the condos. Open doors, open skylights. Next slide. So this is not a small sidewalk cafe expansion. It's an expansion of a high conflict, historically non-compliant entertainment venue with documented noise impacts. Courts have held that when there is evidence of a reasonable possibility of significant noise impacts, an exemption cannot stand. We do not have to prove impacts will occur, only that there is substantial evidence they may occur. but that is obvious. Next slide. Cumulative impacts exception. An exemption cannot be used if cumulative impacts are significant. And we have years of cumulative impacts, as well as we all know that this area has nightlife concentration, seriously high crime, and there was a prior court involvement. Next slide. So here are the crime stats. 7905, 2,200 times citywide average crime, and much of it occurs in the street right in front of this venue. Next slide. Everyone knows the parking scarcity near the beach. Next slide. This is a letter from the Coastal Commission indicating that within the coastal zone, they must replace the parking. So if there's 5 or 6 parking spaces, they have to be replaced. The coastal access impact, this streetery removes public parking, converts public right-of-way to private commercial use, and potentially affects beach access. Next slide. Consider the historic Crystal Pier. Allows public to go out, sightsee, look at the ocean, and fish. Parking elsewhere still reduces parking availability here and to the boardwalk nearby. The city has failed to analyze whether replacement parking fully mitigates access impacts. The exemption improperly avoided environmental review of coastal access impacts. Next slide. Next slide. There's also a change of the intensity of use. Expanding the seating capacity actually increases the demand for parking on that block. Increased outdoor congregation. The sidewalks are already often crowded and impassable. Potential for increased noise spillover. Increased demand for parking as more patrons are accommodated in it. If you've ever heard of the term beer muscles, that's a very common thing that happens in PB. You're walking down the sidewalk, it gets crowded, you decide you'll just bump up against the guy and see how he'll react. If you don't like his reaction, it becomes a fight. Next slide. There's strong evidence that this operator will not be compliant. I mean, the idea that they're going to comply with the city's noise regulations, I'm sorry, that's embarrassing. The city has not, we already heard from the police chief, these are not high priority calls. So they just stack up and stack up and stack up and frustrate the residents and the businesses nearby. Next slide. This is the calendar of abuse. We understand they want to have entertainment, but the entertainment can't come at the expense of your quiet enjoyment to be able to watch TV or sleep in your own abode. Next slide. This is amazing. A handicap space was removed so that they could expand or create a streetery. Obviously, it was put back when residents filed a complaint, said, what's going on here? Surreptitiously moving a handicap parking space for your own financial gain? I'd be curious what kind of enforcement or penalty that caused. Next slide. The sidewalk has become a venue. And that can be okay, but not to this extreme. Next slide. TVs and speakers mounted on the sidewalk, basically saying, this is our sidewalk. It's not public. It's not public access.
Scott, you're going to run out of time, so I'm going to give you an opportunity for a concluding statement.
I'll wrap up. Thank you.
A concluding statement. You had your 10 minutes.
Thank you. The exemption cannot apply due to the unusual circumstances, the substantial evidence of potential significant noise impacts, the cumulative impacts, and the parking loss in the coastal zone. The city cannot rely on replacement parking without analysis. We're just asking for analysis, not an exemption. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the presentation. Now I'll invite the applicant. You will also have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation. I don't know who the spokesperson for the applicant is. I had thought there was a presentation by the applicant. I believe you have a slide deck as well. There you go.
I have one slide.
There you go. All right. Introduce yourself for the record and let us know. You have up to 10 minutes. Perfect.
So my name's Scott Slaga, owner of 710 Beach Club for 36 years. Started as an engineer in LA and came down to San Diego to do some work and bought a bar. Bought a bar in PB. Spent a lot of time in PB because I was 26 years old and love music. Big fan of live entertainment. I own 2 music clubs in San Diego and I do a lot of music production in the city of San Diego. I believe that contrary to what some of the statements that have been made today, I've done everything I can in a commercial zone with a license that I paid dearly for live entertainment to be there at 710 Garnett, and it was there prior to that for 30 years, prior to the condominium complex that got built across the street. So I believe that as long as I haven't had a violation in the last 35 years, which is the case, I do have the right, I believe, to operate within my permits. So having said that, the handicap parking issue is the only thing I'm going to address from what Mr. Shipman talked about. I did that legally through DSD. Everything was done. It wasn't serendipitous. Okay? I've never done anything illegal. Okay? So with that being said, I'll give you a little bit of history about 710 Beach Club. It used to be Blind Melons. I named it Blind Melons in 1989. It was a blues club. When I purchased it, the bar that existed was called Bangers. Bangers was basically a motorcycle club. I eradicated that. I tried to eliminate the noise because I was getting calls for service from the motorcycles daily. Ultimately, I got embroiled in what you would call politics, and I became the president of the largest business improvement association in the United States, 2,200 businesses. I spoke right here in 1995 to create the largest BID as I was the president, and that took 4 years of my life. During that time, I actually created a nonprofit that created Citizens Patrol, PB Citizen Patrol. We were the ones that actually caught the PB rapist. I was instrumental in that part because the PB rapist was a band member playing in my clubs at the time. We worked with the FBI. So I am a community guy from that perspective. I followed that with 15 years of being a director on the Food and Beverage Society of San Diego. So I do put my time into the community. In Ocean Beach, where I own my other bar called Winston's, my partner and I are actively involved in all the community groups, and we have raised hundreds of thousands of dollars through our bar and our events to add to that community's success. I started working with the Wounded Warrior, Freedom Station Wounded Warriors about 10 years ago. You'll hear from the director sometime today. I've raised over $100,000 for that organization through my businesses. So I'm just trying to say to you, council, that I do have the right I believe, to do what I'm doing. And a couple of really interesting things that occurred over the last 30 years. I don't even own the building there. Yet I had to put $150,000 into a complete remodel to try to reduce noise. I happen to be an engineer. I understand sound. By doing that, $150,000 out of my pocket, we reduced the sound by 3 dB, which is double the power. Later, I actually added air conditioning and large, they call them big ass fans, to reduce my, I guess, conceptually, if I have to open doors and windows when it's hot in the summer. I don't have that problem anymore. Scott Shipman did mention about, I did have a speaker pointed outside to the streetery during COVID. I was desperate. I wanted people to enjoy outdoors. I was losing $60,000 a month with no income through my 4 enterprises during COVID. And to that end, if you look at this slide up here, all I'm trying to do is get a streetery approved, and I have already spent $125,000, and I have been closed since April of last year. Okay, it's just sitting there. And during this $125,000 expenditure, there were people from DSD, and specifically a Carrie Lindsay, that literally told me I had to pay $57,000 at the time to not remove my streetery, $57,000 for back rent during COVID. So I don't know how many of you own a business during COVID, but I almost lost everything. And here I am for a simple streetery. Okay?
All right, thank you for your presentation. We're probably going to hear a lot more things you like and you dislike. Thumbs up, thumbs down, really helps us move right along. Thank you for the presentation. And with that, clerk, please proceed with public comment.
Thank you, Council President. Before I begin, I will note that it will be a minute per person. We do have several speakers here to speak on this item, but one housekeeping thing. I know there is confusion understanding if you're in favor or in opposition. The speakership should be if you're in favor of the staff recommendation or in opposition of the staff recommendation. The staff recommendation is to deny the appeal. Everyone submitted a request to speak in favor, so we just want to make sure if when you come up to the lectern to please say if you're in favor or in opposition so that I can get that appropriately for the record. So if you're in favor of the denial of the appeal. If you're in opposition, you're in opposition of the staff recommendation, which is denial of the appeal. Starting with Rangaraj, if you can please come up to the microphone. After that is Rakesh. If you can please come up to the yellow reserve seats at the front. Then we have Dale Gauthier, Candy Hogan, Willis Allen. I'm not seeing anybody get up. Is Rangaraj here? Rengaraj? You had to leave? Okay. Rakesh, are you here? Okay. Dale? You have time ceded to you by Gordon? Right. Is Gordon still here? Gordon Frolica? Yes, I just need you to raise your hand. So if you're here, you'll have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
All right. I am in opposition to the staff recommendation.
Thank you.
However that works out. Okay. Good afternoon, council members, staff. My name is Dale Gauthier, and I'm representing myself as an owner of property in the C condominiums, which are directly across Garnett from the 710. Kept hearing it called a restaurant. It's a bar. I've owned my property for more than a decade, and the impact this bar has had on my property and quality of life in the neighborhood is indescribable. The loud, raucous music at all hours they're open, but particularly at night. The music is blasting and even worse with live bands. There's vulgarity, sidewalk fights, public intoxication of the 710 at night that we're all subject to. Not only does the 710 ownership and management allow this behavior, they actively act to amplify the behavior, resulting in direct threats to public safety. This is not your neighborhood Cheers bar. As you heard from others, or from Scott's presentation, doors, windows are often left open with blasting music coming out. The proposed Streetery bar will only make noise levels to the neighborhood and that we experience worse, because the food and beverage servers will have to have egress, ingress to the bar to deliver the services to the Streetery bar. As it is now, the property values on the north side of the building are devalued over the rest of the units in the building. If you look at historical resale prices, they're typically $400,000 to $500,000 less, not because of ocean view differences, because of this 710 bar. When our building was originally built, cool ocean breezes, we didn't need AC. Now we have to have all the windows and sliders closed.
Thank you
because
for
of the
that
effect.
concluding remark.
Okay.
Your time has concluded.
Strongly urge that CEQA.
Candy Hogan? Candy Hogan, if the following individuals can please raise their hands. Kathleen Lippett. Thank you. You'll have 2 minutes. If you need anything over here, ma'am? Yes, you'll give it to my staff. They'll get it distributed.
These are photographs I'd like Ms. Campbell, and she can maybe brother, if he's ever here, that can take care
You'll
of it.
have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank
If you
you.
can go to the higher microphone, we'll capture you a little bit better. Thank you.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you all for your hard work. I know that's a thankless job, sitting up there. So I really appreciate it. If you look at the photos, you'll see that the building is across the street from 76 condos. These homeowners have paid taxes and supported this city. Several years back, we went to mediation for a full year. We're told that if we did, they would do something about the noise. We all gave up time and everything just to go to mediation, 710 Club, because the decibel readings in the condo that I owned at night were above, inside my condo, 65 decibels at night. My floor, actually, you could hear every single drum beat. They would leave the doors open, the skylight open, and after a year of mediation, the owner said he admitted that he wanted to blare the music out to attract the patrons from the other bars. It was agreed upon that they would close the doors and shut everything during the time of amplified music. It wasn't a real solution because now they have all the opening, and every time they open the doors, all the sound still comes out. And they kept the skylight open. No matter what we did and how many times they called, it has not stopped over years. Please consider the 76 homeowners of these condominiums across this small street and realize that the 710 Club is not an owner of the real estate, but that we who pay hundreds of thousands of dollars in property tax are being affected very horribly and negatively. Please help us. Also, I don't know if you know additionally, you'll see in the pictures, they are now serving beer and alcohol
Thank you for that
on the
concluding
street,
comment.
on the sidewalk.
Your time has concluded.
Thank you.
Thank you. Willis Allen? Willis, you have time ceded to you by Claudia Allen. If you can please raise your hand. Thank you. You'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Council President, council members, my name's Willis Allen. I'm representing the ownership of Crystal Pier Hotel and Cottages in Pacific Beach. We're adjacent to the 710 Beach Club at 710 Garnett. I'm here to respectfully request that you grant our appeal and deny any continued CEQA exemption for the 710 Club Streetery. Our hotel and the large condominium building directly across the street have endured significant adverse impacts from this bar for over 35 years, and those impacts have been intensified, not relieved by the Streetery. First, the noise during the day and late night disruption are constant. noise from the bar and its patrons is so bad that our front staff has to close the doors of the office of the hotel, go into the back office to try to speak to customers. We've had to extend our security guard hours simply to deal with the noise and unruly patrons at the bar closing. This is not compatible with a visitor-serving coastal hotel or with residents trying to live and sleep in a condominium across the street. Secondly, there is a direct economic and quality of life harm. We have had to comp rooms and provide discounts to guests who were disrupted by noise and bad behavior associated with this bar. Guests who are kept awake feel unsafe and they don't really return, they don't rebook, and with all these negative experiences they share with other people. So it's kind of damaging to a long-standing business. The hotel's been in business consistently for 90 years this year. The condominium residents, likewise, they live with these impacts night after night, day after day, with no ability to check out when it becomes intolerable. Thirdly, the streetery worsens parking and circulation on Garnett.
That was 2 minutes. Thank you for your concluding comment.
Okay, but did I, oh, so I had all that?
Yeah, you had those
Okay,
2 minutes.
so you get the point.
Thank you. Holly Burtz. Holly Cherry Tab ceded you time. Thank you very much. You'll have 2 minutes. Please let me know.
I'm the president of the HOA at C2C Condos. I've lived there since 1982. The condominiums were built in 1972. We had a card room across the street from us. 25 years later, Scott Slaga put in the Blind Melon 710 bar. So as far as who was there first, it was us by 25 years. We had a mediation agreement. Scott agreed during the mediation agreement with the judge to keep all the doors, windows closed, and the vents, and install an AC. There's no AC that's working. Doors and windows, vents are always open. We are subjected to, he also promised that he would answer the phone when we would call. Not only does that not happen, if you do manage to get through, you're called every name in the book. One other thing I want you to know is that we have a theme song of the 710 bar. And this is what we get to listen to. And this is played during the day. And it's by a guy called Afro Man, and it's called Because I Got High. And this is what we hear. And so, since children can hear this in our neighborhood, you guys should be able to hear it too. I could have cheated and I could have passed, but I got high. I was going to go to court before I got high. I was going to pay my child support, but then I got high. I was going to run for the cops, but I was high. I was going to make love to you, but then I got high. I was going to eat your pussy, but then I got high. Now I'm jacking off, and I know why. This is what we hear every day, this theme song. Great for kids and tourists. I urge you not to grant this CEQA exemption. We've been there 25 years before them, had no problem. We're surrounded by bars, the Hideaway, PBL House, you name it. There's only one bar we have a problem with, and we're actually closer to the other bars. But this is the one that's causing us trouble. Thank you.
Well, you caught me by surprise. There are children occasionally listening to these council meetings as well. Please keep that in mind. You can make your point.
Denise, if I can have the following individuals please come up to the yellow reserve seats. Denise Friedman, Scott Shepper, Patty Glickson, and Craig Borgasani. If you can all please come up to the yellow reserve seats, and Denise, you can come up to the microphone. And then I'd also ask, as Denise makes her way up to the microphone, if Todd Purcell can please come up here to the side. My staff will be speaking with you. Todd Purcell. You'll have 1 minute. Please proceed.
Thank you. I am speaking on behalf of myself, not any organization or my title this year. In January, I chose to have a staycation in PB. I was awakened late in the evening by cheering and screaming. I dressed, went outside to try to figure out where this was coming from. And it was coming from 710. I noticed from across the street, because the sidewalk was inaccessible, that there were a group of people out there with buckets of beer as I watched the bartender refill that bucket of beer. That's not allowed out on a public street. Having served for years now on our community court, it's a big no-no. People are ticketed all the time walking out of the 7-Eleven and popping their beer and getting tickets. I politely went over and advised the young group that it was illegal and they should be bringing it inside. It didn't work.
Thank you for that concluding comment. Next is J. Scott Shepard. I believe I'm saying the name correctly.
Thank you. I'm speaking in favor of the denial of the appeal. Time's okay?
Mm-hmm. Please
Okay.
proceed.
So I'm a local attorney. For 2 decades, I've represented this business. It has its own valuable property rights that aren't being mentioned. What we're hearing today is a lot of complaints from other property owners seeking to advance their own property interests by shutting down a business that operates lawfully under an existing entertainment permit and pursuant to San Diego ordinance regarding noise levels. These appellants do not really understand the application of the noise ordinance, which is a 1-hour weighted averaging. I was part of the mediation, and it was found at that time with sound engineers we hired that this noise from this location does not exceed those levels. The entertainment permit requires them to operate with their doors closed in hours when they're doing that during live entertainment. The outdoor stuff is just a modest thing. This is about a CEQA review, and when you look at those standards, these complaints do not reach what we're dealing with. This thing has been reviewed by the staff through a rigorous vetting process, carefully considered each required element. It meets the criteria.
Thank you for that concluding sentence. Patty? Patty Gullickson, yes.
Hello.
Sorry.
My name's Patty. I'm a single mother out of the Pacific Beach community. I've known Patty and Scott for over 10 years, and they are a wonderful part of the community and wonderful people. They actually, my daughter's on the 2012 Blast Pacific Beach soccer team, and they graciously offered to sponsor my daughter's soccer team, and then her soccer team's going to Spain in July, and so they offered to do some fundraisers to help us raise money to get her team there. And I love the patio. I go there a couple times a month, and I really miss the patio, and I'm excited to get it back, hopefully.
Craig Borghesani.
Wonderful job of pronouncing my last name, by the way.
Thank you.
Esteemed council members, President LaCava, if I may quote Star Trek, Spock once said, "The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few," and I feel that's what we're experiencing here today. 25 years I've been in Pacific Beach, and I've watched, I believe, what you guys have blessed for bringing lots of people to my beach via the TV spots I see. They're working. Qualitatively, I can say they're working. And it upsets me to see that the local beach businesses, especially 710 Beach Club, cannot scale to meet this demand that you guys are bringing to our beautiful beach. They do a wonderful job, what they do in Pacific Beach, and they give back to the community. So I'm here to say I believe in the recommendation to deny the appeal.
Todd Purcell. After that will be Sandra Lemkuler. I think I just lost my good pronunciation. And Ms. Sweet, S-W-E-E-T, George Sweet, I believe. And then Blair Beekman, Bob Kazuski. If you can all please come forward to the yellow reserve seats. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. My name is Todd Pearsall. I moved to our wonderful city in 1988 from Wisconsin. I came here to play rugby with Ombak, and then I went to California Western School of Law. I'm a 64-year-old attorney. I do like going around and having a refreshment in the sun, and I hope you will grant this a streetery. But let me tell you how good Scott is. 32 years ago, I had a small Packer bar. We had a Toys for Tot drive, And after we delivered our toys to the fire department in PB, I stopped by on a little sunny tour of PB, the 710 Club, which was Blind Melons, and told him what I did, and he said, we'd like to be part of it. For the last 31 years, Blind Melons and/or the 710 Club, as it's called, has been part of this Toys for Tot drive that I have ran in the city of in PB at 12 bars. We need a 40-foot truck to
Thank you
get
for
the
that
toys,
concluding
and
comment.
we get $8,000 a year.
Sandra,
He's
if
a
you can
great guy.
please come forward.
First of all, President LaCava and council members, thank you for what you do. I'm amazed by this whole process. Thank you. I really want to say, I don't think you guys get thanked enough. So thank you. However this turns out, I'm amazed by this process. I wanted to introduce myself. My name is Sandy Lemcooler. I was the founder of Warrior Foundation Freedom Station, which is right here in Councilman Whitburn's area. I have resigned last year to move on to a more focused nonprofit called Freedom Ranch Veterans Foundation. I know we're not here to talk about nonprofits. I want to tell you about a gentleman who is a businessman and he is a pillar of our community. His name is Scott Slega. Scott's from Chicago, I'm from Chicago, we're both Bears fans, yada, yada. Okay, I wanted to share with you that I met him in 2015. He called me up, did not know who I was, and said, I want to help the military in San Diego. I want to help the military in Camp Pendleton. That was quick.
Thank you for your comments,
Please
though.
allow our warriors to
George
be able
Sweet?
to go to the
Thank you for that
outdoor area
concluding
and
comment.
have a sparkling beverage.
George Sweet?
They fit in that outdoor area. Thank you.
After George Sweet will be Blair Beekman and Bob Kazuski. If you can please come forward to the front row to be ready.
The Food and Beverage Association. My job with the Food and Beverage is a trainer. I've known Scott for about 15 years. He has me come down and train his people every 6 months for security. We send people in to monitor the activities of the employees to make sure everybody's doing the job that they're supposed to do. The third item on the training list is windows. When the band is playing, the windows are to be closed. When there is no music, the windows can be open. Scott is very strict with those. I think the people that are complaining about the noise don't know what they're talking about.
Thank you for that concluding comment. Blair Beekman? And then after Blair Beekman is Bob Kazuski.
Hi, thank you, Blair Beekman. I'm working neutral on this item. With the sport field issues up by the Delmar area a few months ago now, I was hoping City Council could take a more active role in how the corporate entity and the community could work together on the item. I hope they can do that for this item. I want to try to be friendly to all sides, and is it possible that if this project was to go through, that there could be new adjustments, acoustic adjustments, to really make sure, and overall efforts to coordinate that the owners of the bar can be respectful to the community, and there can be dialogue, continual dialogue, and what's working well and what can be improved, changed upon. Can this turn into an active conversation of working towards things for everyone? Thank you.
Thank you, Bob Kazuski.
Point of order, is item 201 been called yet?
I'll
Yeah.
defer my comments till 2:01. Thank you.
Thank you. I've started the 5-minute timer. Going to those participating remotely, we have 12 people in the queue. It's 1 minute each, starting with the original. After the original is Chris Duggan. The original, please unmute.
How ironic is it that this woman, sharing the words, lyrics of a song that is being played at that place is, detrimental to children, yet you only care about it in the chambers, but you don't seem to be caring that it's happening in the community and that people are concerned about that. It's interesting to see what you guys do with your CEQA exemptions. When some are used and when some aren't, when you're claiming that you want to do all this environmental stuff and all of these streeteries and things that you guys brought forward during COVID, the regulations and policies regarding them have changed on a revolving door basis. So like when they were first implemented, they had to be a certain way and had to have, a certain awning. And then all of a sudden it was like, oh, that changed. And so the people had to go in and pay to take that away. So it's just a bunch of nonsense things you guys do with this. You kind of make people jump through hoops. But I think you need to be listening to the people who have lived experience in that community and what they're experiencing right now. But obviously it's going to pass.
Thank you. Next is Chris Duggan. If you can please unmute. After that is John Stump.
Good afternoon, Chris Duggan representing California Restaurant Association San Diego. Come before you today to express CRA San Diego's support for the proposed streetery and to respectfully request the council support staff recommendation and deny the appeal before you. First, it's hard to believe that nearly 6 years have passed since schools, businesses, and governments closed their doors due to the global pandemic. However, immediately, with the help of this city council, we came together and figured out how we could stay open, and that was spaces as places, so thank you. And while the pandemic may be in our rear view, the road to restaurant recovery continues, and the importance of expanded outdoor dining remains critical, especially for a project like 710 Beach Club. So therefore, on behalf of the CRA San Diego, we respectfully request the council deny the appeal before you and allow this project to continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is John Stump. If you can please unmute.
Hello, John Stump. I wanted to observe this process and this process de novo because I'm considering filing an appeal myself on the environmental determination about using the parking lot in Los Penasquitos Reserve as a heliport. The staff has made an environmental determination that this project is exempt from CETA under exemption 32. It's not, whether you grant the appeal or not, it's not over, because after this, they still have to get permits. And after this, the community might decide to file an environmental suit. This has taken 6 months to get here. Think about that when you talk about
Thank you for that concluding comment. Next is 8700. If you can please unmute. After that will be Shyla, 8700. Sorry, I hadn't pressed the button. 8700, you can unmute now.
Thank you, Joyce Sunyata, CD3. Blair, I agree with you. Beautiful words. Yet I do want to say this from my perspective. The exemption from CEQA based on the staff findings stands. It stands, and I listened to you, Mr. Stump, and wow, on and on it goes. I want to speak out to the man that owns the bar because I want to tell him that I love him. And I love the condo owners. I love both of you. And this is a family. And why the dialogue didn't happen earlier and you somehow found a way to work this out, I do not know. I hope the bar did honor the mediation. It sounded like there was an attempt to do that, and maybe it kind of got bumpy and they failed a little bit. I don't know. But the bar owner, I want to tell you how sorry I am for your struggles during the COVID crisis.
Your time has concluded. Shyla, if you can please unmute.
Hi,
good evening. My name is Shyla Hales, and I'm the president of Discover Pacific Beach in favor of the staff's recommendation to deny the appeal. Discover PB represents the collective interests of the business community in our district. Our board is made up of local business owners who care deeply about the future of Pacific Beach and the success of the businesses that help make this neighborhood vibrant. Our board supports outdoor dining, including 710 Beach Club's Streetery, because it helps create the active, welcoming environment that residents and visitors expect in a coastal destination like PB. Speaking personally, I am in PB most evenings along with members of my staff, and over the past 4 years, we have never observed anything out of control or even remotely too loud associated with this location. I have served the community court for over a year now, and I've never heard from anyone with a citation for open container from 710 Beach Club, but do see this from other businesses. Parking has also been addressed. Additional parking has been added, and 710 Beach Club has even worked to reserve parking for customers to move vehicles
Your
off the
time
street.
has concluded. I will also note that the 5-minute timer has also concluded. There are 8 speakers in the queue. When that timer went off, no additional speakers will be taken. Starting with Sunny, our next speaker is Sunny. After that is Guthrie.
Hello, Sunny Lee here, Executive Director of Discover Pacific Beach. We're the Business Improvement District representing businesses in PB, and our mission is to support our business community while helping create a vibrant, welcoming environment for residents and visitors. Outdoor dining and streeteries are an important part of that vision, and they allow our small businesses to activate our public spaces and create the kind of lively street experience that makes Pacific Beach special. Discover PB supports the streetery at 710 Beach Club and the broader concept of outdoor dining in our district. I will say it has been challenging for many of our businesses to go through this process, and we appreciate 710 for fighting the fight to get that streetery put up. In my experience as well, frequently businesses here in Pacific Beach, I never have been to 710 and seen it as loud as it has been described today, so that was definitely news to me.
Thank you. Next is Guthrie. Leonard, if you can please unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Hi, I'm really here to speak on item 201, but I just wanted to come in here and say I totally understand. I hate noise interruptions. That's been a really big problem in places I've lived in the past, but I really do think this is a textbook example of CEQA being an antiquated law. It should not take $100,000 and a year to put up fences around some tables on a couple parking spots. It sounds like most of the people complaining about this project really just have a problem with the bar and not the streetery in general. And so I really don't think there's any grounds to allow this appeal. Please deny it. Thank you.
Next is Zoom. If you can please, Zoom user, please unmute. After that is Leif Gensert. Please proceed.
Hi, this is Hector. I'm commenting. I'm like a 72-year-old guy with a big beach cruiser. I would consider myself an endangered species because when I go down there at night, cruising on the boardwalk, and there's drunk people, it's kind of a little dangerous sometimes. But I would say the guy should put his eatery up on the roof and restore the parking spaces, and the sidewalk is a normal sidewalk for the general public. Thank you.
Leif, L-E-I-F, if you can please unmute.
Hello there. My name is Leif Gensert. I'm a resident of North Park, and I go to PB quite frequently. Another place, I've been to many concerts. It's a great venue. I'm speaking in support of the appeal. Please let the owner have a streetery on the section. It's quite interesting to see a common pattern that we see all over the country, and I've even seen it in other countries, where the residents are opposed to something that potentially creates noise, therefore robbing the youth and people who want to go out of something like that. PB is a lively neighborhood. Noise has to be expected. What I will also say, it's kind of funny that we're using CEQA for this. For me, this is a textbook example of CEQA abuse. Everybody wants to restore parking lots, therefore increasing the demand for cars, which is a clear environmental pollutant. So, but using CEQA to reduce noise is a clear violation of that. We've seen that in Berkeley. So what I want to say is, yes, please follow the staff recommendation and reject the appeal. Thank you.
Next is Tanya, if you can please unmute. After that is 1335. Tanya?
Hello, I'd like to specifically address the concern that the 710 Beach Club is impacting local parking. To suggest that 5 spaces significantly alters of parking availability in PB is respectfully a mischaracterization of the data. When you consider the huge amount of visitors PB welcomes daily, 5 spots represents a nominal fraction of the total capacity. Between the ample parking within a short walk and the high volume of rideshare usage in this corridor, these spaces are far more valuable to the city as a source of tax revenue and local business growth than as asphalt for 5 cars. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is 1335. If you can please unmute, *6. After that will be Denise Behan. 1335, I can't unmute for you. You do have to press *6 in order to unmute. We will have to move on to our next speaker if you can unmute. Going to Denise. After that, our final speaker is Ted. Denise?
Hello, my name is Denise Behan, and I have been a patron of 710 Beach Club for over 15 years, and I have seen what Mr. Slaga has done from the upgrades that he has made through the mediation to mitigate the sound noise that is coming from it, as well as being at the bar when live music happens and all of the doors are shut per the mediation requirements. I also believe that having the streetery does give a more vibrant and lively situation for Pacific Beach, which continues to allow for more revenue and taxing that can help the city rebuild whatever they need to do. So I am in support of the denial of the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker on Zoom is Ted Wiggler. If you can please unmute.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time, Board. I'd like to recommend to deny the appeal. I believe that Scott and his business have covered everything that the CEQA application has stated, and there should be no appeal with that. I do know that the people across the street have had an issue with Scott for over 30 years. Scott's tried to hypothetically appease every possible way for them. They've continued to be abandoned in existence. As you can see, that long list of calls dated over 3 years that was presented, I assume most of those are coming from the same exact people. As well, in the presentation that was presented at the calendar, if you look at that closely, every one of those dates had karaoke or trivia. Couldn't imagine that being such a big problem for the neighborhood. 710's been a place that's employed 40 people at a time. During the time of the pandemic, they almost closed down, and I believe clinging on to this type of logic.
Your time has concluded. If you've raised your hand, the 5-minute timer had also concluded, so no additional speakers will be taken through the virtual queue. We did have 14 people register their request sorry, let me say this a little bit. We had 14 people donating their time to Scott Slaga that did not wish to speak, noting that for the record. And we have Rich Richards, who was in that pile in error. So if Rich Richards can still please come up. I'll also note while you make your way up that we did receive 3 comments in favor and 9 comments in opposition via our e-comment form, which have been distributed to the council. Please proceed.
Very good. Thank you to the council for allowing me time to speak. I've been a homeowner and resident of Pacific Beach since 1990, 36 years. I just want to give my support to 710. It is an important, integral part of the Pacific Beach community. It's a restaurant, social meeting spot, sports venue, and one of the only night spots to provide live music, which is now a dying art in San Diego. When I first moved there, there was probably 7 venues that had live music. Scott's Place is now one. On a personal note, I was in Thailand when I got hit by the tsunami. I was on one of the smallest islands. When I did come back, Scott Slaga, without hesitation, came up to me and asked how he could help. He decided to do a fundraiser, and he donated his establishment as well as his staff and provided live music for that event. It was quite successful. Now he helps out with beach cleanup and working with wounded veterans. PB will always be a destination spot for San Diego residents, for the U.S. and the world. It's good to have a multi-venue event like the 710.
Thank you for that concluding
Thank
comment.
you.
That does conclude public comment on this item, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk. Our apologies that we somehow missed your slip, so wanted to give you a chance. One of the things I like to do on these big items is give our City Clerk a round of applause for managing all the speakers and the remotes. And that goes to her team as well. So thank you for that. So I want to thank the staff, the appellant, and the applicant. This is now in District 1, so I'll take the lead on this. Thank you to those who showed up in chambers and spoke or showed your support of things you liked and your opposition to things you didn't like, and as well as those who participated virtually. We heard a lot of things this afternoon, so I wanted to make sure that we all understand what we're here to talk about, and that is the action on the appeal of the environmental determination. It is not a consideration of the streetery application. It is not a conversation about the location of the off-street parking replacement or the parking spots that the streetery would take up. It is not about whether the property is operating in compliance with the mediation, as some spoke to. It's not about the operation of the 710 Club itself, nor is it about the character of the personalities of those involved. So a couple of questions before I jump in. This one's for staff, and I think you've been given a heads up. To start, I want to make sure for myself and for my colleagues here on council, the applicant did submit a pretty lengthy document detailing their appeal. Council typically receives from staff an explanation or a rebuttal to each issue raised by the appellant, and yet the staff report and the slide deck appear to be silent. How should we take that?
So what the staff report was written on was the appeal that was filed, which checked all of the boxes on the appeal form but provided no additional information. The balance of the information was provided very close to the hearing, and staff did not receive it in time to respond in kind.
Okay, I say that for a couple of reasons. One, to make sure it wasn't a reflection of the material, you simply did not occur to it. But also as a message to anybody else who chooses to appeal that you need to submit your documentation when you file the appeal, or to make sure that staff gets it in plenty of time for you to respond to. So thank you for clarifying that, and I can understand that because this is a noticed hearing, you have a time limit, and you have to do your work. So as to the environmental determination, in addition to the testimony today, I did review the material that was attached to the docket, as well as the comments that were submitted online that the city clerk referred to. Staff relies on categorical exemptions related to the infill development, so that's where the conversation needs to focus on. As was mentioned, Section D of the categorical exemptions includes approval the project would not result in any significant effects relating to traffic noise, air quality, or water quality. And of course, we're not talking about the approval of the project, but the evidence to support whether we have enough information in the environmental determination. Excuse me. Staff included information that compliance with San Diego Municipal Code 59.50401 would ensure noise impacts would be less than significant, and yet the city's own track record is that this property has not necessarily complied despite numerous enforcement efforts by Blue. The appellant included information about dozens of noise complaints. Complaints does not mean violation, but it does show a pattern. So staff also relies on CEQA guidelines section 15300.2b, saying the project is expected to have no significant cumulative impact, but that appears to treat the streetery, in my opinion, as a standalone project, separate and distinct from the restaurant. The streetery is an expansion of the restaurant bar, and the two cannot be separated as suggested in the environmental determination. We must examine the cumulative impact of at least the streetery and the restaurant with regards to especially noise. I recognize that the only action before us is the environmental determination. However, the CEQA exemption relies on this council to find the project would not have significant impacts. There is significant impact evidence in the record and whether it's the owner or the customers or the operations, about compliance with the municipal code. This evidence, to me, constitutes unusual circumstances, one of the criteria in considering the appeal. As many people spoke, bars and restaurants in the area open late, serve alcohol, and play music with fewer complaints. And there's evidence that an outdoor cidery can exacerbate what is already happening with the adjoining restaurant and bar, whether that's the operation or the customers. Nightlife is a part of Pacific Beach. Let's all recognize that. But the frequency of violations over a consistent period of time demonstrates a history that constitutes those unusual circumstances. The determination also used the small project exemption and ignore the cumulative effects of the streetery combined with the restaurant bar, which really kind of surprised me. This wasn't just a small project, it's a definitive expansion of an existing one. CEQA guidelines state that a significant effect is a substantial, potentially substantial adverse change in any of the physical conditions within the area affected by the project, including, quote, ambient noise. While I'm loath to require an environmental analysis for converting a tobo to a streetery, there is substantial evidence in the record that several exemptions listed in the determination, in my opinion, do not apply. I cannot make the findings in support of the environmental determination. So with that, I will move to grant the appeal and set aside the environmental determination in accordance with section 112.0520F. I leave it to staff as to the appropriate level of CEQA analysis to address the issues raised in this afternoon's hearing. And as a reminder to everyone here, this is not a decision on the permit application, just a narrow one on the environmental determination. So I have made a motion. We'll go next to Councilmember Campbell, who used to have Pacific Beach in her district.
Thank you, Council President. I'm happy to second your motion.
Okay, so a motion by myself to grant the appeal and set aside the environmental determination, second by Councilmember Campbell. I don't see anybody else on the lights. Councilmember Von Wilpert.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you to everyone for coming in. Sorry, this is very loud today. I know this is your council district, and so, of course, you have expertise on it. I just had a question about the last statement you made, that this was, what we're deciding today is only the CEQA appeal, not about the permit itself?
That is correct.
So if we were to deny the appeal today, would there still be a permitting process the business owner would have to go through to continue operating?
Sorry. Do you want me to answer? Okay. I believe the project plus the new determination would come forward to City Council. City Council would take jurisdiction.
So we would hear this again?
You would hear the project plus the new determination.
What's the new determination mean? I'm sorry.
The new CEQA determination.
May I clarify? You mean if the council were to deny the appeal today?
Correct.
Your original question?
Correct.
Okay. So the project, the environmental determination would be final, but the project would still be, it would go before the hearing officer for a process 3 decision that could be appealable to the Planning Commission if appealed, and the city's final determination could also be appealable to the Coastal Commission because this is in the Coastal Commission's appealable jurisdiction.
Okay. So then I know the Coastal Commission had required any streetery which took away parking spaces to have an offset of parking spaces. So are there new parking spaces being provided here?
Yes, the applicant has located 5 off-street parking spaces at an adjacent paid parking lot in the next block. 845 Garnett, I believe, is the address.
I don't recall whether the Coastal Commission would allow for paid parking as an offset. Well, these were paid parking anyway, weren't they?
I'm sorry?
Weren't these the street parking? They were peak parking meters, so I assumed they were paid parking anyway. Okay. Yeah, I remember the Coastal Commission coming down on us for this issue. They come down on us a lot, so I don't recall.
Mr. Slega may be able to speak to this further. I believe he's paid for those spaces, so they are paid. People can park in them.
Understood. Okay, thank you. I guess my overall question is, I understand the very narrow grounds on which we have to evaluate a CEQA appeal. At the same time, I do know that there's a lot of community concern about the conduct and the noise and everything going on. So can that be, if that cannot be addressed through a CEQA appeal, could that be addressed through the permit process by which the community could be heard and the owner could make any kind of modifications about the noise and about the violations and all of that?
It depends on what you mean by address. In order to be able to approve a streetery here, we would need to make sure that the streetery operated according to the regulations for streeteries. They don't specifically address noise, but they do specifically address a lot of other things like hours of operation, et cetera. So it really depends on what you're concerned with.
Okay, I want to make sure that folks who are facing challenges from an adjacent business are able to get their concerns addressed, even though we may not be able to do that in the narrow grounds of a CEQA appeal. So I will just leave that there. I understand that we're very limited right now in what we can review, but I'm hopeful that there would be a process by which this could be done. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Velmold. And to your point, I just want to emphasize a number of things that the appellant brought up are old descriptions of the project, no longer in place. The application has been updated, and I wanted to be very careful not to get distracted by how the application, as you said, we're constrained in a very narrow conversation about the environmental determination. And to your other point, if I might, there was a decision by City Council many years ago that projects were getting caught in a do loop, that the environmental was appealed to council, council would send it back, the environmental would be updated, only the environment would come up, they'd send it back again. So they made a decision that once the environmental thing gets appealed, then council takes full responsibility for the project, so you're not bouncing around. So to the degree that might be helpful. So there is a path for the applicant, maybe not one they're going to like, but there is a path. So I'll be candid about that. Councilmember Campillo.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you for the presentation, staff. I appreciate all the members of the public for their participation today. Obviously, a small business trying to thrive in San Diego is going through a lot to do that and succeed, and neighbors have concerns about impacts that happen in the neighborhood. I appreciate both of you for putting that forward. My question for staff, so in essence, the determination was to grant the application of the restaurant, and we have an appeal here. Did I not hear you correctly that the appellants who want to stop 710 from moving forward didn't submit what they needed to submit in a timely fashion? I thought I understood you saying that in response to the Council President's question.
That's correct.
Okay, so is there not a municipal code or council policy that states that if you don't turn in, as valid as some of their concerns, and I hear them loud and clear, are, if they don't turn in their documentation appropriately, if they don't allow staff to have the ability to rebut, is there not something in place in our code that says if you fail to turn this in, it kind of moves forward? I know the council makes the ultimate final decision. It's process 5 at this point, but what does our policy or municipal code say about failing to protect your appeal rights?
Our policy is if the appeal fee is paid and the form is filled out, then the appeal is valid. The code requires an appeal to be valid, but that is the way that we currently interpret it.
Okay. I feel like, excuse me. I see staff conversing.
occupied.
I'm just wondering if the comments, if there was something that needed to be said on the record for
I'm
me to
not,
help.
we're not aware of anything in the code that says that they have to submit the paperwork at the time that they submit their application.
Okay, all right, I
It'll-
understand. I'm wondering if well, as you heard what they were saying, and you saw the evidence in front of you and the points that the appellants were putting forward, is there anything you would like to add so that I can make my decision as to whether their points were valid or invalid? Because it seems, I mean, I know that's hard work because you have to go through a lot of hoops with the city attorney's office, with the departments to figure out what's going on. I feel like the place I've been put in is between a rock and a hard place where we have a valid appeal because they filed the piece of paper correctly, but didn't give staff the ability to discern what was correct versus incorrect. And we have an applicant who has really worked hard to answer a million questions that undeniably the city puts in place for small businesses. So do you have any response to the appellants that I can hear in making my determination?
What I can say is that the baseline conditions are the restaurant that is existing, and including the noise that is already in the restaurant. And we analyzed whether the streetery would cause an increase in noise, and we determined that that would not be the case.
Okay. So just last question for the city attorney. So there's nothing that's a waiver of your appeal rights in this process for failing to supply evidence or reasoning with a piece of paper where you check boxes?
The code does not require submission of arguments at the time you submit your form.
I understand. Okay.
To add to that, council member.
Yes, please.
There is some case law that discusses this, but generally the applicant can make additional arguments the day of the hearing. So that is not legally prohibited, or shortly before the hearing. However, there's always an option for the council to continue the item to allow staff more time to evaluate what's been recently brought up.
Thank you for that answer. I feel like my analysis of the situation is that I'm in a position where I can't make a decision without the staff's ability to respond to what in the presentation sounded like valid arguments. But on top of that, to your point, Ms. Fitzgerald, without that information, the applicant also can't defend themselves from those allegations as well. So we're in a place where it seems like the process has fallen apart a bit. Or at least the rules we have in place don't allow us to discern very well. I won't belabor it any further. I think from a policy point of view, I think that to be able to give both sides the fairness of it, there should be a continuance, but since that's not the motion on the floor, I'll end my comments, and I appreciate the council president for his questions and discernment. Thank you.
All right, I don't see anybody else in the lights, but I will say, Councilmember Kempe, if you want to work together to raise the bar. I am old enough to remember a time when appeals were actually judged, whether they in fact were sufficient. Maybe it was the fact that we raised the fee to $1,000 that may have changed that thinking, but I think there is some validity going forward to pursue that. So I appreciate your line of questioning there. Councilmember Foster.
Yeah, just a quick question. And I guess I'm unclear on violations versus complaints. I guess were there no violations on record, or I'm not understanding exactly where we stand with that.
So you're referring to noise complaints versus other types of violations, perhaps?
So what we were discussing, and I'm assuming the issue is the noise is kind of, as we're looking at the environmental part of this, at least that's what I gathered from the conversation. And I'm trying to understand, and I think if the owner's here, when he showed his presentation, there was a note of a violation that said 1,000, I think it said 1K, if I remember correctly. So I guess my question would be, do we have a record of violations?
So,
Just actual violations.
the project is submitted in part in response to the streetery being out there and in need of a permit. They were cited for having the unpermitted streetery.
Okay.
And so that violation was cited by Development Services. Noise complaints go to the police department, so I wouldn't have in-depth information on that at this time.
Okay. So as it went through this process, no point in time did you guys say, hey, San Diego PD, do we have any valid findings regarding noise complaints?
I don't believe we would consider that a CEQA issue.
Okay.
Courtney?
That wouldn't be a CEQA issue, no.
Okay, will do. At the end of the day, as we look at the process, this is going to come back before council with, I guess, if I understand this, a revised CEQA determination, and then council makes the final decision as regards to permit status, I guess I'll say. Is that correct?
If the council upholds the appeal, then yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councilmember Campillo again.
Sorry, just briefly. So if the motion passes, come back to us with a different resolution that would find that it does qualify under CEQA, that it is impacted. Rather, let me state it correctly. Saying that the project is not exempt from a CEQA, correct? That's what the new resolution would say? Because your determination from staff was that environmental determination is that the project is exempt from CEQA. So you're going to come back to us with one saying it's not exempt from CEQA.
Not necessarily. It just depends on the environmental analysis that is done. We could come back with another exemption.
Understood. Okay. Understanding that this isn't the, understanding that I have total respect for what the council president's put before us as a motion, I'm finding that the complete failure to provide evidence beforehand is what is really sticking in my mind as a procedural issue. I know that that's not a requirement we have, but just as a pure matter of fairness, I sympathize with what the community is saying in terms of their concerns, but I feel like we have to hold applicants and appellants to turning in the evidence appropriately for discernment. So I can't bring myself to vote in favor of the motion at this point, just from a pure philosophical point of view. I don't disagree with where the council president's coming from, and I respect his motion, but I'm going to have to vote no.
All right, I can appreciate that, and I appreciate your candor. Not seeing anybody else in the lights, we have a motion by myself and a second by Councilmember Campbell. It's up on the lights to grant the appeal and set aside the environmental determination. Clerk, please call the vote.
I'm sorry, the voting system, please cast your vote. I'm sorry, can you give me your vote for the record, please? That passes 8-1 with Councilmember Campillo voting no. Thank you, Council President.
All right, thank you. Again, thank you everybody that showed up. Thank you to staff for the good work that you did. So with that, please introduce item 201.
Item 201 is to determine and declare posted speed limits throughout the city of San Diego, Vision Zero update and findings of speed management plan. If you'd like to speak on this item, now's the time to submit your speaker slip to the front of the room in the clear box, or if you are participating remotely, please be sure to raise your hand by pressing *9 or the raise your hand icon. Thank you, Council President.
All right, thank you. So, staff, you don't need to rush up too fast. We're going to let the chambers kind of empty out. If you wouldn't mind taking your conversation into the foyer or down the elevator into the lobby. All right, staff, item 201. Please introduce yourselves for the record and let us know how much time you need.
Good afternoon, Council President LaCava, council members. My name is Alex Ubaldo. I'm the Interim Deputy Director with the Transportation Department. I am joined by my colleague Everett Hauser, Program Manager with the Transportation Department as well, and Naomi Chavez, Interim Director with TD. And we will need 15 minutes.
All right, when you're ready.
By way of establishing a background, the city adopted a Vision Zero policy back in 2015. The goal of Vision Zero is to eliminate severe injuries and fatalities from traffic-related crashes within the city. Vision Zero is a citywide effort with contributions from many different departments as listed on the photo here, including police, planning, communications, development services, engineering and capital projects, and transportation department. The city has tracked the number of severe injuries and fatalities each year since the adoption of Vision Zero. There's clearly still a lot more work to do, but this data here shows if you add a trend line, the total fatal and severe injury crashes have decreased in San Diego since 2018. This progress stands in contrast to the national trends, which have seen increases in fatalities and injuries, especially in the years following the COVID-19 pandemic. All crashes matter, but this data here shows that people walking are overrepresented in serious crashes. And that's because they're the most vulnerable when interacting with vehicle traffic. The city's Vision Zero strategic plan is based on the following strategies that's listed here, and this is what guides our work every day. We'll be reviewing these elements in more detail in the next few slides. The city's Vision Zero engineering efforts are at work every single day. We are responding to citizen requests, which total nearly 7,000 requests annually, along with evaluating crash history at high incident locations. We review crashes that result in fatalities. We conduct proactive system-wide safety analysis. We implement over 2,000 traffic safety improvements annually, and we also develop additional plans, including the upcoming speed management plan. This slide talks to the volume of work that happens daily in our department. Despite our best efforts, the department does not have the resources necessary to respond to all of the needs in the city. There is currently a need of $212 million annually to build the Vision Zero CIP projects. We currently have a backlog of over 2,300 traffic service requests for engineering evaluations and a backlog of nearly 2,000 traffic improvement installations. A lot of what I've discussed so far has been related to engineering, but there are two other components that are critical to help us meet our Vision Zero goals, and that is education and enforcement. This slide illustrates just briefly the role of enforcement in dealing with speeds on our roads. We partner with police department and communications department to perform traffic enforcement in targeted areas and educate the community on roadway safety. Education, community, and creating a culture of safety make up the remaining portions of the strategic plan, focusing on how people experience the city's efforts, apply them into their daily lives, and know where to go for more information. Again, the city's communications department works collaboratively with transportation engineering and police to provide these updates and services to residents and the community. The city's Vision Zero strategic plan uses many elements to address street safety. What I'll be focusing on now is our ability to make our changes to speed limits using recent changes in state legislation and the findings of the speed management plan. To give a bit of a background, in 2022, the city applied for the Safe Streets for All federal grant and was awarded a 3-part award to develop supplemental plans to support a Vision Zero strategic plan. One of those elements was the preparation of a comprehensive speed management plan. To give additional background on how speed limits are set, Transportation Department is responsible for performing the speed surveys to establish the speed limits citywide. The speed surveys are done on a 7 to 14-year cycle. About 842 miles are surveyed. That's a quarter of the street network. Speed limits are based on the 85th percentile. That's the speed at or below which 85% of drivers are traveling under free flow conditions. And not all of our street network are surveyed. Any unsurveyed street are set at 25 miles per hour by default, and these are mostly our residential streets. California Vehicle Code does require that speed limits be established by resolution, so any reductions that we're proposing as part of this plan will have to be adopted by City Council. This slide is a reminder that effective speed management is more than just about the posted speed. It's also about the conditions that encourage safe speeds and provide those safe crossings. The city's objective with the speed management plan is to implement these speed reductions with changes to the built environment. The photos shown here are our most prominent Vision Zero projects and their evolution from traditional capital programming to our quick build installation of safety improvements, the quick build roundabout, something the Transportation Department can build quickly in-house and significantly cheaper than the traditional build projects. The urgency that we're all feeling with Vision Zero really pushes our department to move faster with less resources. Hence, the department is actively working on more of these quick build facilities in addition to finishing up several of these traditional build projects. The speed management plan is very data-driven. It's using the data and information from the city's systemic safety analysis. That evaluation essentially looked at 10 years worth of injury crash data to find patterns and common characteristics where these crash sites are happening. And by doing that, it allows the city to be more proactive in programming improvements rather than reactive in waiting for crashes to occur. I think it's important to emphasize the speed management plan relies in part on the systemic safety analysis to help narrow candidate locations for speed reductions within the select categories of Assembly Bill 43. State Assembly Bill 43, AB 43, allowed for a number of changes in the vehicle code, which allows the cities to be more flexible when setting the speed limits. The table here shows the 4 major categories that we will review and what they mean for speed reduction. AB 43 allows for an additional 5 mile per hour speed limit reduction for safety corridors, for ped bike generators, and business activity district. It also allows further reduction at school zones, and we'll go over each of these categories a bit more in detail. Safety corridor is defined as the highest number of severe fatal injury crashes, and only about 1/5 of the network can be in this category. The plan focuses on reducing speed limits along systemic safety corridors where fatal or severe injury crashes have occurred and where these common patterns or roadway characteristics are present. Speed reduction is important, but as mentioned, we also want to pair them with improvements for maximum safety benefits. We are proposing in fiscal year 27 a CIP budget request for a handful of quick build projects to help support these speed limit reductions at the safety corridors, with additional requests planned in future years. The second criteria is the ped bike generators. This is defined as land use that generate high pedestrian or bicycle use. This triggers a lot of locations throughout the city. Features like crosswalks, sidewalks, bikeways can trigger this criteria, so a lot of street segments can qualify. The plan's approach is to focus on where these measures are going to be most effective, which is within the systemic safety corridors, particularly on transit routes that generate high pedestrian and bicycle activity. In summary, the safety corridors and the ped bike generators are essentially being combined, and proposing to reduce speed limits that would include all 488 intersections that's been identified through the systemic safety analysis. Business activity district is another category where speed reductions are allowed. Transportation Department previously brought a package to council in April 2025 that reduced speed limits along 11 business corridors. The state regulation sets a very specific criteria for what qualifies as a business activity district. And through this plan, we evaluated the rest of the city to identify additional corridors that meet this criteria and are eligible for speed reduction. As a result, qualifying business activity district streets across the city will see speed limits reduced down to 20 or 25 miles per hour, depending on the street design and how that street functions. Finally, we have the criteria for school zones. The plan recommends speed limit reductions at schools citywide, lowering speeds to 15 miles per hour within 500 feet of a school and 25 miles per hour between 500 and 1,000 feet of schools. The 15 mile per hour sign would typically have the standard "when children present" condition included as part of that signage. And this approach is being proposed and applied consistently across all schools throughout the city of San Diego. We do receive a significant amount of requests from stakeholders, constituents, advocates to lower speeds, especially near schools. This slide brings everything together. The mileage is broken down by the criteria shown. The key takeaway here is that through this plan, the city is proposing speed limit reductions on roughly 1/5, 20% of the overall roadway network. That's nearly 680 miles total. We can't emphasize enough, the plan also recommends funding for future safety improvements along these corridors and pairing speed reductions with traffic calming measures to make them most effective. Implementation is expected to begin in fiscal year 27, and that's contingent on funding. The same crews who would install these speed limit signs are fully dedicated to parking operations and expansions and the normal routine traffic service requests that they perform throughout the city. To support implementation, we are requesting $2.4 million in fiscal year 27. That funding would cover materials and installation for approximately 3,000 new speed limit signs, including 1,200 new poles. 3,000 signs exceed more than half of our sign shop's annual capacity, so an external fabrication vendor will be needed to avoid impacting day-to-day operations. That cost is about $180,000. The remaining funds primarily cover staff overtime that's needed to deliver this work efficiently within one fiscal year. If overtime funding is not approved, we do expect impacts to our routine traffic service requests and other traffic safety improvements simply because this work would be competing for those same limited staff resources. With this funding in place, however, the department will be well positioned to deliver the speed management plan in a timely manner, minimize impacts to our core services, and accelerate safety benefits for communities throughout the city of San Diego. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your presentation. I do want to note for the record that we also have Naomi Chavez, the Interim Director of Transportation, as well as Bethany Bezek, and I'm sorry I have to read this, Chief Performance and Logistics Officer. We appreciate both of you being here for this item. So with that, Clerk, please proceed with public comment.
Thank you. If I can have Aria Grossman, please come forward. You'll have a minute and a half. And then if I can have Ian Hembry, Blair Beekman, and Bob Kazuski, please come forward to the yellow reserve seats at the front. Please proceed when ready.
Hello, my name is Aria Grossman. I'm the policy manager at Circulate San Diego, and I'm speaking in strong support of advancing the speed management plan. I want to thank you all for taking this up, and to everyone who worked hard on this effort. We know for a fact that lowering speed limits saves lives. 5 or 10 miles per hour can be the difference between walking away from a crash and perishing. I am excited that the city is moving forward with this. I think it's a fantastic example of good leadership. I would also like to thank the Transportation Department for stating that it plans to prioritize school zones as this is implemented when this was heard at ATI. We are very supportive of this approach, as prioritizing making streets safer for children should be a shared goal for all of us. I encourage the full council and the mayor to make funding implementation of this plan a priority in the 2027 budget. This effort, if paired with targeted infrastructure improvements, like fixing the Fatal 15 and the traffic calming measures we saw in the presentation, will together go a long way towards making streets safer for San Diego residents. This plan that we're hearing today is great progress, and the city has the chance to make a real difference with this effort through the budget process, and I urge you to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ian?
Good evening, City Council. My name is Ian Hembry, and I am the Advocacy and Community Manager for the San Diego County Bicycle Coalition. I'm here to speak in favor of the adoption of the city's speed management plan. I want to begin by thanking the Transportation Department for the presentation and their hard work on this plan. It is truly ambitious, and the speed reductions identified in this plan will save lives. Speed is one of the largest factors determining the outcome of a crash. A person hit by a car at 40 miles per hour is 8 times more likely to die than a person hit by a car at 20 miles per hour. And for those who survive a crash, the effects can be life-changing. Brain damage, lost limbs, and burdensome medical bills are among the costs incurred by those who survive traffic violence. Reducing speed limits is the first, most obvious step for making our streets safer. The next steps, including building safer infrastructure, reallocating roadway space to other modes, and increasing dangerous driving enforcement should follow. Make our streets safer by approving this plan, allocating the requested budget item for next year, and following through with the commitments to plans, policies, and projects that save lives. Thank you.
Blair Beekman, please come forward.
Hi, thank you, Blair Beekman. I'd just like to first very much thank Councilperson Von Wilpert, who I think offered really nice questions about the previous item with the police chief about our current public safety practices. I think she did a really good job in asking important questions that I think work towards concepts of peace in this time of we're in a fragile state of war. Good luck how we can talk in terms of openness and important questions of best practices and what Vision Zero tries to do. I think you've taken a really good approach with Vision Zero and with technology issues overall. You don't beat us over the head with tech for Vision Zero. You don't want to overly enforce Vision Zero things. You want us as individuals of the community to come to our own conclusions that the slowing down is important. And thank you. You're doing that, and you're working towards the good principles of Vision Zero. The quick build ideas, that is also going to fast track new technology. I hope you're wanting to have more open, accountable practices for all our technology. The more you practice that open technology practices, it simply invites better ideas and creative thinking for your projects overall. I say that at Sandag all the time. I hope you can remember that. It's important how we build our Vision Zero future. Thank you.
Bob Kaczewski.
President LaCava, I've been watching this meeting all day today, and I understand that you're not a fifth grade teacher, but I urge you to properly chastise and/or discipline your fellow council members who are routinely chit-chatting and looking at their phones while the citizens are speaking. They could at least pretend to pay attention. Also, President LaCava, where's the picture of the president? I think it's been over a year now, and I still don't see it in our chambers. We've had it there for as long as I've been coming here, probably as long as you have too. It seems highly partisan and disrespectful to intentionally omit that from our chambers. Finally, with regard to this particular item, the cited speed of 85%, that means 15% above it and 85% below it, that already makes 15% of our citizens criminals. I think that's enough. Thank you.
Sorry, the 5-minute timer here in council chambers going to those participating remotely. We currently have 13 speakers with their hands raised. Jason B., if you can please unmute. After that will be Becky Rapp. Jason, please proceed.
Hi, I'm a resident of downtown. I fully support the speed limit plan, and thank you to the city staff for putting it together. One thing I would like to see is a reduction of speed limits in our parks. I believe this use case is covered under AB 43 because parks are pedestrian and bike generators. The big one is East Mission Bay Drive, which is inside Mission Bay Park and is used for both recreation and is also a key bike route for commuters and students to UCSD, but it's very dangerous because there are no bike lanes and cars speed down it at over 45 miles an hour to skip traffic on the 5. Another one is Balboa Drive on the West Mesa of Balboa Park. When the council voted against a multi-use path in favor of diagonal parking, we were promised that joggers and bikes would be safe because of the 15-mile-an-hour speed limit there. However, somehow in the intervening time, the speed limit was raised to 25 on Balboa Drive, and since then, a cyclist has already been hit by a car. And there's also, no longer nearly as many people jogging and walking dogs on Balboa Drive. So please, return the speed limit on Balboa Drive at least to 15, if not 10 miles an hour. Thank you.
Next is Becky Rapp, if you can please unmute. After that is the original. Becky Rapp, I can unmute for you.
Good afternoon. My name is Becky Rapp. Thank you for bringing this item forward, as Vision Zero is critical to public safety. And I urge you to consider a critical piece of traffic safety that is often overlooked, and that's the drug-impaired driving, particularly driving high on marijuana. Unlike alcohol, there's currently no universally reliable roadside test that can measure real-time marijuana impairment. THC can remain in a person's system long after use, and impairment levels vary widely from person to person. This creates a serious challenge for enforcement and for public safety. Because there is no clear threshold that guarantees safe driving, the safest public message is simple. If you have used marijuana, you should not drive. Vision Zero should include stronger education, enforcement tools, and policy guidance addressing drug-impaired driving, just as it does for speeding, distracted driving, and alcohol impairment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the original, if you can please unmute. After that is Harry.
$180,000 for you guys to go change signs, and you got to go to a different company because they're not going to be able to handle all the signs you got to make. So ridiculous. And then talking about overtime, it's like, this has nothing to do with safety. You guys invert everything. This is to do with controlling people's movements. You're actually putting people in danger by doing things like roundabouts. We've already seen the data come forward of this happening in other locations, yet you guys refuse to acknowledge it. So you're literally putting people in danger by putting in that type of infrastructure, and we shouldn't have to pay for it because you guys want to control our movements. You need to quit telling people that this is for safety and they're, all of this and that, because in reality, doesn't matter, people are always going to die. It's a part of life. And nothing you guys do is actually going to slow that down, especially when you guys are engaged in it yourself. It's just disgusting because it's like you want to sit here and, literally make it so that people drive around more by taking away parking spots and lanes and then making things slower. And you act like not only is that going to bring public safety, but that it's going to save the planet. And it's ridiculous how much money we have to spend in order for you guys to change something like that. We shouldn't have to spend $180,000 on freaking signs because you guys want to go in and lower the speed limit when there's people on the street suffering and dying because of your guys' negligence.
Your time has concluded. Harry, if you can please unmute. After that is Guthrie.
Good afternoon. Harry Bevins here with Respect Bird Rock. I'm speaking in support of this item. Thank you to the ATI committee for their unanimous vote, and Chair Whitburn's office and city staff and the Transportation Department for their enormous work in the mayor's direction. Speed determines whether someone walks away or is carried away. This plan will make San Diego the statewide leader in implementing AB 43. Lower speeds save lives and protect children, seniors, and everyone who drives, walks, or bikes. Reduces emergency response and litigation costs. creates quieter, more peaceful neighborhoods. And safe streets are good for business. In Bird Rock, with street calming, revenues went up and jobs increased. We're grateful that La Jolla Boulevard is included. We appreciate Councilmember LaCava and his staff for responding to many community concerns and continuing to work with residents. The city could sell street signs as a revenue generator, like other cities do, to help offset costs. That's just a quick idea. But the cost of implementation is modest. The cost of doing nothing is measured in lives lost. Please support this plan and prioritize swift implementation, especially in school zones and high-traffic recreation corridors, parks, and beach access areas from Tourmaline to Mission Bay Drive. Thank you.
Next is Guthrie. After that is Leaf. If you can please unmute.
Hi, thank you so much. Guys, this is great news. I'm so excited for this. This is the type of bold and important action we need. Vision Zero is a thing that breaks my heart every day. I've heard way too many stories of children dying, of parents dying, of pregnant mothers dying just this year in LA. We get to do something special. We get to show the state that this is an important issue and that we're going to take the initiative and actually address it. So I encourage you to follow through with what your staff is recommending. Follow through with lowering these speed limits. Follow through with implementing the actual physical safety structures to make this happen. Because I do want to say, I'm as excited as I am about this. Signs are signs, right? And as a YouTuber I watched once said, physics is more powerful than science. So I would encourage you to implement stuff like La Mesa's new quick build speed bumps. Implement the other quick build measures that your staff are talking about. We have opportunities to save lives. And I love what Harry said. The cost of inaction is measured in lives. The cost of action is really pennies on the dollar for what our transportation budget is. So I encourage you to pass this measure and just show people that you care about their lives. Thank you.
Thank you. The 5-minute timer has concluded. There are 8 speakers in the queue. No additional speakers will be taken. Leave, if you can please unmute.
Absolutely. Hello, my name is Leif Gensert. I'm the Vice President of RIDE-SD, and there's a lot. I'm in strong support of this measure. Please approve it. There's a lot been said from a previous speaker. I can't really add any much more to it, but I want to point out a couple of things where it's great that we're going to reduce the speed limit. I strongly agree that we have to put in physical barriers to actually ensure that people keep to the speed limit. This should also come with enforcement for people going over the speed limit. Ultimately, also, what we want to see is structures that encourage pedestrians to walk safely where they want to go, have bike lanes that are physically separated, that give cyclists more safety when they ride their bike. And then long-term, what we also want to see is we want to see dedicated bus lanes and transit signal priority so people can go to the places where they want to go fast. And then also if people do want to have a drink, we highly encourage them to take public transport so that they don't, that they're not driving drunk. Thank you for the attention to this item, and yeah, please approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Zach, if you can please unmute. Zach, please unmute.
Thank you. I'm calling in from District 5 to support this measure. As everybody here is aware, multiple children died last year either near a school or on their way to school, and that is something I am unwilling to accept, and seeing this measure passed through committee and through council, as I hope it is, would show us that the city council is unable to accept that as a cost of doing business too. As multiple commenters have pointed out, speed of vehicles makes a huge difference in pedestrian safety. 5 or 10 miles per hour doesn't mean a lot when you're behind the wheel of a car, but if you're hit by a car, that is the difference between, as another commenter, Harry Bevins, put, being carried away and walking away. I do want to second the calls to increase enforcement in these zones and add infrastructure for both traffic calming as well as pedestrian-friendly and safe bike infrastructure. Since a sign will only go so far, it must be paired with other measures to ensure that drivers are actually following those signs. I particularly think of a road near me, Paseo Lucido, which runs in front of a middle school, and frequently parents are parked in the bike lanes and kids riding to and from school are forced to merge with 35-mile-per-hour traffic just to get to their classes, which is completely unsafe, and a protected bike infrastructure would go a long way paired with this to keeping them safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is John Stump. If you can please unmute. After that is Anar. John Stump.
Speed kills. There's no question about it. You know, in the time since we've been tracking automobile deaths and injuries, the number of deaths and injuries has kept at about just under 50,000 a year. Now, the decrease at first was because we put in padded dashes and collapsible steering wheels and all those sort of things. But the real problem is speed. I support this item. I hope that enforcement will enforce speed limits on Home Avenue. I live a half mile from it, and every night it's a racetrack. Home Avenue, please include speed containment on Home Avenue in District 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Anar, if you can please unmute. After that is Catherine Douglas.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Anar Salayev, and I'm the Executive Director of Bike SD. I want to thank city staff and this council for making the right choice here and advancing the speed management plan, and I look forward to it passing and eventually being implemented. About 2 years ago, Bike SD launched our legislation that saves lives campaigns to push for the implementation of two critical state laws, AB 43 and AB 413. These laws together give cities the tools to reduce speeds and improve visibility at intersections, proven ways to save lives on our streets. We're grateful for the willingness of many council members and staff who have met with us over the past 2 years and have worked collaboratively to move this forward. Lowering speed limits is a meaningful step in the right direction. But if we want to truly achieve Vision Zero, we know that signs alone are not enough. The next step must be street reconfiguration and infrastructure that actually slows vehicles down by design. That means safer intersections, daylighting, traffic calming, and protected spaces for people walking and biking, as well as enforcement. We appreciate the progress today and look forward to continuing to work with the city to build streets that are truly safe for all San Diegans. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine Douglas. And then Nicole, your final speaker, Nicole Burgess.
Long meeting today. It's not that I'm opposed to lowering speed limits, but that alone is not going to solve the issue you hope to mitigate. Lowering the speed limit will have zero effect unless coupled with consistent, widespread enforcement, which we do not have. Lowering the speed limit does not change bad behavior. Enforcement changes bad behavior. Put the $2.4 million into SDPD so they can do the needed enforcement. I'm going to reiterate. Lowering the speed limit will have zero effect unless coupled with consistent, widespread enforcement, which we do not have. Lowering the speed limit does not change bad behavior. Enforcement changes bad behavior. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicole, if you can please unmute. If you raise your hand after that, there are no more speakers to be taken. The 5-minute timer had concluded. Nicole, please proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Nicole Burgess, and I'm here to show support for the speed management plan and all quick build projects that can come with good budget management. I appreciate all of you, staff, and all the orgs that have brought this forward to try to get this to this point, and I appreciate all of you for your support in moving this forward for all the reasons that so many speakers have said. Speed saves lives. So speed kills, and lower speeds are what saves lives. So imagine you on a 30-mile-an-hour street riding your bike. The thing that's going to make you feel more comfortable is when those cars are going 20 miles per hour or less. Our kids going to school is the biggest thing, so I appreciate that being our focus. Safe routes to schools and getting these kids active and moving to school is going to be the best thing we can do for our kids. So all around, this is better for our communities, our people, the people on our streets every day, whether you're in a car bike, foot, we're all going to be safer. So thank you, staff and board, for pushing this forward, and appreciate you all on this. Thank you.
Thank you. That does conclude public comment on item 201. Thank you,
All right.
Council President.
Thank you, City Clerk, with that. So we'll now turn it over to my colleagues on the council for questions, comments, and entertain a motion. And we'll start out with the Chair of Active Transportation and Infrastructure, Council Member Whitburn.
Thank you, Council President, and thanks to everybody who came down or called in to offer public comment on this. The Active Transportation and Infrastructure Committee voted unanimously last month to recommend the Council pass this, and I thank my committee colleagues for that. And I want to thank the Transportation Department for all the work that has gone into this, and this has been a lot of work. I appreciate all of the neighborhood residents and traffic safety advocates who've been calling for speed limit reductions for a long time. They have inspired much of this work. This will make our neighborhoods safer by reducing speed limits in school zones, business districts, and areas with lots of pedestrians and bicyclists, and in places where there have been a lot of crashes. Speed limits in school zones will be reduced to 15 miles an hour when children are present. This will be much safer, especially for young children who may not be paying attention to traffic. Most other areas that get lower speed limits will see a 5-mile-an-hour reduction. Just slowing down speeds a little bit can make a big difference in safety. People across the city have been asking for this. Our neighborhoods want safer streets with slower speeds. Many people are asking us to prioritize the school zones when we begin implementing the reduced speed limits. Ms. Grossman from Circulate San Diego referenced that in her comments this afternoon. So for the record, I'll ask the same question that I asked at committee, which is, can we start by reducing speed limits in school zones?
That's correct, Council Member. It'll be prioritized at school zones.
Thank you very much. And thank you again for all of your work on this. And I will make the motion to adopt the staff recommendation. Thank you, Council President.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Whitburn. So we do have a motion to move the staff recommendation by Councilmember Whitburn. We'll go next to Councilmember Campillo. Oh, maybe we won't go next to Councilmember Campillo. Is he here? You want to give him the second when his time comes back, and we'll go next to Councilmember Hilo Rivera.
All right. Yeah, thank you, Council President. I'll withhold the second. First, just 'cause I think it's important to correct.
And we'll go next to Councilmember Campillo.
My apologies. Thank you. Sorry, Councilmember Hilo Rivera. Thank you, staff. Thank you very much for your presentation and your good work. I'm happy to second the item, and I thank Councilmember Whitburn for his good work and his partnership, and quite frankly, the entire council's partnership on this type of issue. We hear from constituents so often about how they just want safety in their community, and we can point to police, we can point to fire, and very, very often I point to the Transportation Department for their work. As colleagues have shared, eliminating preventable traffic deaths is so important. The heartbreak we see in communities lasts a lifetime, and it's a fundamental responsibility to make sure residents can move around safely. And we know that unsafe driving is the primary cause of the severe crashes we see. And what I've heard for so many times in so many town halls is that lowering speeds is what people want to see. And I've always had to point back to state law or antiquated regulations that say we really can't do that for all these different reasons. But today, we can fix that, and we have an action before us. It's a major step forward, and I want to recognize the significant effort of staff and state partners and advocates, community members, my council colleagues. Bethany Bezak, thank you so much. People should know that you've saved so many lives in this city. And of course, as the staff report notes, this isn't the only thing we're doing. Lowering speeds alone is not the whole picture. Safety comes with pairing new limits with design improvement and education and enforcement to truly change that behavior. And so while today's action sets the new speed limits, $2.4 million are needed to install those 3,000 new signs needed to operationalize it. As we discussed last week, the CIP Outlook shows the gap we have in mobility safety funding, which is the same pot that supports these safety projects that communities ask for. For District 7, many of the corridors in this speed management plan include Jackson Drive and Waring Road, Zion Avenue, Claremont Mesa Boulevard, so many school area streets where families are walking and biking every day and where these paired safety upgrades will matter the most. So with all of that in mind, staff, my question for you is, what is the plan to prioritize and coordinate the work so that we can see the reductions and those improvements roll out along those corridors?
So we will prioritize areas, as we mentioned, where the safety benefit is going to be the highest, and that's starting with the schools located along safety corridors or near safety corridors, followed by other school areas, and then we can work on the rest of the safety corridors themselves, followed by the business activity district. But that's how it's being prioritized currently based on feedback that we received.
Understood. Well, I appreciate the good work of the Transportation Department, working with my office, with my staff, and working with your team, whether it's 7:30 in the morning, paving roads, or talking in briefings about how we're going to make places safer for people to walk. My constituents deeply appreciate this item, and so that will conclude my second.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Campillo. So we have a motion by Councilmember Whitburn, and a second by Councilmember Campillo to move the staff recommendation. We'll go back to Councilmember Hila Rivera.
Thank you, Council President. Thanks for all the work that brought this here. I do want to just quickly correct the record because, Council President, you were unfairly blamed for something. The photo came down a few years ago. Came down before this president, per my direction, because I thought it was weird to have the president's head floating in our chambers. This is not a monarchy. This is a city council chambers, and thank God that fascist face isn't in here. So, on the item at hand. Sorry, you take enough in that seat. You don't need to take residual for my decisions a couple years ago. This is super important, and I'm really, really grateful that this is here in this way. As has been said time and time again, speed kills and slower speeds save lives. We know that, we've known that, and far too many times we've heard families of victims of traffic violence beg with us to make streets safer in this city, not because it will bring back their loved ones, but because they, with all of their hearts, do not want to see anybody else feel the pain that they feel on a daily basis. And they can see throughout the city the many, many places where people's lives are in danger. We saw a couple of just unspeakable tragedies last fall, one in Councilmember Campillo's district, another in District 9, where a 5-year-old died crossing the street. And I remember vividly learning about that, and it was right around Halloween, and I remember holding my son's hand so tight that weekend when we were going out to look at the monsters that he enjoyed looking at in different neighborhoods. And we just have to do better and I know we are, and this is a great step in that direction. I want to kind of yes and some of the comments that we heard about this not being enough. We know it's not enough. We know that this requires investment, and I think one of the issues that this council has been super collaborative about and in agreement about is the need to make our streets safer and to invest in those changes. So it is true that simply posting a street sign won't necessarily improve safety, but it is a step in the right direction, and we know that it will help reduce speeds, and we can make changes by way of traffic calming, street redesign, and enforcement strategies. Ultimately, Vision Zero is about accountability, and not just accountability for dangerous drivers, but accountability for us as a city, and demonstrating that if we're serious about eliminating traffic fatalities, that we're going to invest in every tool available, from street management to safer street design to data-driven investments. I will just reemphasize why I think, given where we're at in terms of our structural budget deficit, the backlog on street repairs, why it's going to be so important for us to continue to lean into, and I've said this time and time again, but quick build projects and working with community to make changes quickly, so that communities aren't told that the changes that they need are going to come in a decade or decade and a half, but instead, in the amount of time that feels appropriate for the danger that they feel and the protection that they feel for their families and their neighbors. So I'll say thank you again. I also want to give Naomi, I want to give you credit in your new role about being super communicative about the ways that our parking revenue is being used to make improvements. And I will give you an opportunity, if the kind of seeing the way that this is rolled out, if there are any ideas you have about the ways that we can use that revenue to improve street safety and speed up the way that we were making streets safer.
Thank you, Councilmember Rivera. Yes, that is something that we could look into, utilizing. So yes, we can definitely look into utilizing CPD revenues for making some of these safety improvements in those areas.
I appreciate that. And again, thank you for being communicative. The work that's been done has been pretty remarkable. The number of streetlights fixed, potholes filled. I see you are following in Bethany's big, filling the big shoes that she left behind to get work done at a fast rate and make sure that the community feels the benefit from those investments. Thank you again for all the work to bring this forward. I'm glad we're taking this step. That concludes my comments, Council President.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Eula Rivera. We'll go next to Councilmember Von Wilpert.
Thank you, and thank you for the work on this item. It's incredibly important that we at least strive towards our Vision Zero goals, making sure pedestrians, cyclists, children walking to school, children walking to parks are safe from collisions. So thank you to Councilmember Whitburn for your leadership here. I asked most of my questions at our committee level at Active Transportation. But I just want to reiterate that we did ask at committee that since we are going to prioritize school zones when lowering speed limits first, we are working with the school districts to coordinate with them. So I'm glad that we are doing that. I also want to thank the folks who come in, Circulate San Diego and the Bike Coalition for your continual advocacy for making our streets safer. I'm proud to support this item, and I know that this is only one of many tools we can do to make our streets safer. On December 21st, 2025, a 911 call set things in motion after a pedestrian was hit in a crosswalk in the Corridor neighborhood, and the SUV who struck the pedestrian pulled over for a second and then took off, leaving the victim seriously injured in the middle of the roadway. And it was only notified to SCPD by one of our automated license plate readers and a smart streetlight that caught the collision on camera and notified our PD in real time. They were able to dispatch an ambulance to the seriously injured pedestrian, and because of the license plate reader, they were able to catch the hit and run driver who stopped, noticed they had seriously injured someone, and drove away. And we've seen this as well with fatal collisions with bicyclists as well, catching people who are murdering people on the street and leaving. And so I just want to thank Circulate and others for advocating for the responsible use of automated license plate reader technology, because it is saving lives even in this way. But I do have a question, though, that I get asked often about enforcement of speed limits. So I see our sergeant is here. I get asked by my neighbors and folks in my district all the time about, people are speeding down residential zones and everybody wants a speed limit or speed bump or a stop sign. And it breaks my heart because often these are our neighbors who are speeding through our streets. But what can we do about enforcement of these new speed limits given the police department's serious constraints in staffing?
Well, we continue to accept suggestions on where to conduct enforcement. We have motorcycle officers and traffic officers who dedicate a lot of time to speed enforcement. But as you said, we don't have the resources for every street in the city and every school zone. We're working on getting traffic complaints in to get it done. I think that's something that we really need to prioritize. That will allow you, citizens, anybody to submit the complaints, just like with parking complaints.
and those will go to traffic division, and our motorcycle officers or our traffic officers will be able to pull it up on their phone. If they're in Northeastern Division, they could see where the complaints are, and then they could update that information and go right back to the citizen via email or however. So we have to prioritize based on crash data that we have, but really citizen complaints, people that know their neighborhood and where the speeding is.
Okay, thank you very much. I will let our constituents know to file Get It Done requests, and we are also always working with our school districts saying, hey, do you have personnel who can come out and help with crosswalks and everything? But thank you for being here. I appreciate all the work you do, and I'm proud to support this motion.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Von Wilpert. We'll go next to Council President Pro Tem Lee.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you to the team for your presentation. We, of course, heard this at ATI. So I think I just want to add sort of a pragmatic lens to all of this. You had mentioned that if this were to be implemented in the FY27 period, that the anticipated need in the budget would be about $2.4 million, correct? And I think everyone on this dais and probably even the public recognizes that given the budgetary constraints that we're facing, I'm going to even assume that that is going to be a tall order. And at the end of the day, we need to actually think about a couple of factors. And so I want to emphasize asking that the department, as you're looking at the potential for implementing, work with the data that we do have, recognizing that from a capacity standpoint, you noted that we're not going to be able to make all these signs in-house as well, and some of it would have to be sent outside. I think depending on what we are able to allocate in the budget, we have a bit of data throughout the city that I think is actually quite helpful as we determine what the priorities are. Some of that might be from traffic reports, some of it might be from citizen complaints, but we also have a pretty good sense of the most dangerous intersections around the city. And when you tie that to nearby school zones, I think it gives you a sense of corridors where traffic and speed can be an issue. Because I think, like many of my colleagues would echo, that we all recognize that simply changing the number on that street won't necessarily slow the traffic down. It's one step, but it's going to require additional follow-up, whether that's other traffic calming, enforcement, et cetera. I had a chance to tour Governor Drive with a number of residents from the University Community Planning Group recently, looking at a corridor with a number of schools that are on it. It's the Governor Drive itself is not necessarily considered a school zone, but what we see is that it is adjacent to multiple school zones, and that's where some of the heaviest speeding takes place. And I still remember a stretch between Regents and Genesee where there is a flashing sign already that notifies you when you're speeding on that street. And so it's a very good example from residents who say, well, you could change that limit down, doesn't stop people from actually speeding on the street. So I think having a targeted sense of what the priorities will be in terms of available funding and capacity, tying that to some of our most dangerous intersections and corridors, and again, prioritizing for schools or adjacency to schools, I would hope gives us at least some sense of where we can start, given whatever funding ultimately gets allocated. And then hopefully we can go from there. So thank you, and otherwise I'll be supporting that.
All right, thank you, Council President Pro Tem Lee. We'll go next to Council Member Foster.
Yes, thank you, Council President, and thank you for the presentation. I just really wanted to, when we heard this item previously, brought up safe routes to school, and just want to thank the Mayor's Office, Randy, and the staff. We had a very, what I thought was a very productive meeting with San Diego Unified School District immediately following. I want to say it felt like it was within days, within a week, and being able to pull everyone together to start those conversations. Just really want to thank you for that. Means a lot to me as we are really trying to increase safety. So thank you for that. And that concludes my comments.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Foster. Not seeing anybody else on the lights, I'll add a few closing comments myself. Joining my colleagues and thanking all the staff at Transportation for the work on this. This was a pretty significant lift in bringing us forward, and I appreciate the time and effort that went into it. I appreciate you went and did the commercial districts first to kind of get the ball rolling, and then came in and do this heavier lift on the remaining streets. As my colleagues have said, our communities are hurting in the wake of traffic fatalities. We've had 3 just in 2026 alone. How do you explain that to the family and to the community? One of them, the first one, we actually seem to understand how it happened, as horrific as it was. The other 2, I think, are still being investigated, and we'll learn more about that. And over the years, we've made progress towards our Vision Zero goals, but we know there's still a lot more work to be done to ensure streets are truly safe for everyone. Any effort that supports our Vision Zero goals moves us in the right direction, especially given that speed remains a leading factor in both fatal and serious injury crashes. That said, as I think you pointed out, as my colleagues have pointed out, lowering speed limits alone is not enough. To create truly safer streets and corridors, reduced speeds must be paired with safety improvements such as roundabouts, pedestrian refuge islands, leading pedestrian intervals, rectangular rapid flashing beacons, hawk systems, and more. And that's why I appreciate the speed management plan takes a more comprehensive approach by recommending street safety improvements alongside lower speed segments, particularly at key safety intersections. And I also want to recognize your willingness to embrace quick build projects, which allow us to make safety improvements more efficiently and respond to community needs quicker. So I look forward to seeing this plan come to life. Just a couple of comments, a couple of which I mentioned at the briefing. There was a lot of agony in the public when we instituted the daylighting, where we didn't actually paint the curbs red, but enforcement started whether the curb was painted red because that's what the state law said. What about reduced speed limits? Will they be enforced if we take action today, or would the enforcement start only when the new signs went up?
Council President, the enforcement will start when the signs go up.
Okay, great. Thank you for stating that on the record. One of the public callers called in something that we didn't really check into because it's not entirely within our district, and that is East Mission Bay Drive, which I believe is currently signed for 30 miles an hour, and perhaps Mission Bay Drive as well. That's a very active street. It has sharrows because there's a lot of bicycle use. It's also a pretty narrow street, especially when you have RVs parked on both sides. Given what the plan is in front of us today, how do we get consideration of reducing the speed limit on East Mission Bay Drive or just even Mission Bay Drive?
Council President, we can still take, we can still do evaluations as long as constituents submit those requests for traffic calming. We could certainly look into to see whether AB 43 will also apply for that street or that corridor. So those are still be submitted, and we do evaluate, every 7 to 14 years for all these streets, and that could be considered as part of that analysis as well.
Okay, that constituent might be me, but I'll go ahead. And it also occurs to me that a lot of that street also has reverse parking stalls, which, adds its own factor. The last thing I'll ask about is when I did most recent town hall, some folks alerted me that there's a pilot program in this state about speed enforcement. Maybe this was the governor's idea, that they measure speed enforcement, and if you go X miles per hour over the speed limit, you just get a ticket flat out. No, it's not a ticket. It's a right to go that fast on that street. Very clever use of terms. Has the city looked into that, Coda? Maybe that's a better question for you.
We are aware of the state law. We have explored it with STPD and Transportation Department, utilizing some of our existing technologies like ALPRs. However, our use policy around ALPRs prohibits it for only for traffic enforcement. And so you would essentially have to explore a different type of technology, and right now we're just not in the position fiscally to be able to do that.
Okay. The state didn't bring any money with that new law?
Unfortunately, no.
As I suspected. But I'm glad, thank you. At least we know that you looked into it. We'll see how future budgets go. And I'll be supporting the motion as well. Again, thank you all for your very, very good work on this. So we have a motion by Councilmember Whitburn, a second by Councilmember Campillo. Clerk, please call the roll.
Please cast your vote. And that passes unanimously 8-0 with Councilmember Moreno absent. Thank you, Council President.
All right, thank you, City Clerk, and again, thank you to everybody at Transportation for bringing this item forward and to the Mayor's office as well. With that, we're not quite done. We'll take up non-agenda public comment. Council members respect and appreciate the public's input and are fully committed to protecting every participant's free speech rights at council and committee meetings. Clerk, please proceed with public comment.
Thank you, Council President. Per Rule 2.7, non-agenda public comment is an opportunity for members of the public to comment on items that are not on the agenda, but within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Each speaker will have 2 minutes. Please note if there are 8 or more speakers on a single topic, the maximum time for the topic will be 16 minutes. If you are in chambers, please submit your speaker slip now, and if you're joining us virtually, please raise your hand to speak by tapping the raise your hand icon, or if you're calling participants, *9. Scott Chipman, are you here? I don't see Scott Chipman. Kathleen Lippett, I don't see her here in chambers. Blair Beekman, if you can please come forward. And I'm sorry, we do have a new speaker. So Anthony Ralphs, per the rules of councils, if you have not spoken before, you're supposed to be going first. So Blair, if you can take a seat. And Anthony Ralphs, please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you. How you doing today, Council? I wanted to start by asking Council Member Raul Campillo to please show us, your constituents and the people of San Diego, more respect by being more present when you're here in the council chambers. I've noticed at least 3 times that I've come on occasion this year that you haven't been present, and one time you were on a Zoom meeting. And there's nothing wrong with being on the Zoom meeting, but when you are here, I would ask that you please be present in the council chambers, especially considering that I've read that you are interested in running for mayor. So if that is the case, that will require even more responsibility, and therefore I would ask that you, again, do what your constituent Bob has asked and show us in the city more respect. With that said, I want to move on to why I was here today, which is to talk about flock security cameras, ALPR, license plate readers. I particularly wanted to address what I was here to mention last week. I'm not sure if you all have had the chance to follow up on Operation Road Flare, which is the report which was unveiled at the court hearing of my friend Jean Wong last week. And during that trial, it was revealed that the DHI, the Department of Homeland Investigations, and the Department of Homeland Security, as well as ICE, have all colluded to utilize flock surveillance technology, which I was in this council 3 months ago, and I heard that the police chief, I heard him make the promise to this council that flock would not be utilized to collaborate with any of those departments outside of SDPD, and within 4 months' time, they've already broken that promise. So I'm asking y'all to please reconsider flock technology. If it was a different company that wasn't funded by billionaire founder Peter Thiel, then I probably wouldn't be here having this discussion, but the fact that it came from him means that it is not created by somebody with good intentions. There are other alternative ALPR providers. Please explore them.
Thank you for that concluding comment. Next is Blair Beekman. After that will be Bob Kaczewski.
Hi, thank you, Blair Beekman. Thank you for allowing the previous public speaker to go first. He's a better speaker than myself, and it's just a good tone how to talk about things. I can better add to this way. Thank you. Thanks for the meeting today. Yeah, from his words, there are 2 state Democratic Party leaders who have, they will not be taking money from Flock for their campaign endorsements this year. It was offered at a time when we are talking about how do we deal with our lives in this new situation of war. And these 2 California state representatives, they're, very possibly Democratic Party leaders at the state level. They've made the public decision they don't have to need the money from Flock to go on with their campaigns, which I think very much signals what I've been trying to suggest here is how do we talk to each other about our best practices. We don't have to involve ourselves in war to do that. Councilperson Von Wilpert offered great questions to the police chief today. I felt just really needed decent, well-reasoned questions. And if those are the terms we work here at the public comment time, or at our city council meetings, that's our good stuff. That's building better reasoning, sustainability, and peace, and not war. When you see those war things come up, we have to be wary at this time. And good steps were taken here today, what I can see we can be doing. Thank you immensely. I just have so much more to say that I am not saying, and I've got 9 seconds left. Good Luck Vision Zero is as a full community effort. Our good ideals can be a full community effort of thinking. Thank you.
Bob Kaczewski.
Bob Kaczewski here. You're watching one of the most important videos from my 2.5 decades of City Council speeches. This video is a mostly accelerated clip from the City Council meeting of December 7th, 2010. During that speech, I was describing a beautiful hang gliding flight from the previous weekend. I went on to describe the special nature of the glider port and the mismanagement of that site. I pointed out the many problems with the commercialization of our parks and the settlement agreement that had established the Torrey Pines City Park Advisory Board. But this video isn't so important for anything I had said. It's pretty much the same things I've been saying for nearly 2 decades. What makes this video so important is what the newly elected Councilwoman Lori Zapf said and how her senior colleague Sherry Leitner tried to shut her down. Lori Zapf had been elected to the San Diego City Council during the November 2010 election. This video was from December 7th, just about a month after she was elected. This would likely have been one of the first times that Lori Zapf had ever heard one of my glider port speeches. Let's listen to how innocently and enthusiastically Lori Zapf reacted to my speech and how quickly Sherry Leitner shut her down.
And those are beautiful pictures. We'll refer that to our mayor's office and we'll find out more about that. David Ross and then Mark Linschild.
Oh, she wanted to say.
Ms. Zapp.
I just wanted to make a quick comment. On the glider Torrey Pines glider port, I really have an interest in that. My husband has similar pictures. He was a hang glider pilot there for many years, took tourists up, and in 1995 I was his very last passenger, or as he called them, victims. Had a wonderful flight up there. So really this is something that it's an issue that I'd be interested in.
All right. Well, I think that's great because we'll
and also the issue is well in hand, and we'd be our office would be delighted to talk with your office about this.
Not well in hand, but cool. All right.
Thank you. That does conclude non-agenda public comment here in council chambers. I've started the 5-minute timer. Going to those participating remotely. We do have speakers that have not spoken as of last week, starting with Harry. If you can please unmute.
Good afternoon, good evening. Since we're here already, I would join to say that we can manage San Diego's budget. We do not have unsolvable budget problems. The problem is that the government is sending billions of dollars every day to bomb homes, not build them. We're sending billions of dollars to bomb schools, not build them. So if our federal partners would work more closely with the city, we can invest our tax money here to fix our roads and build homes. So until then, it's better not to have that orange-haired pedo Epstein leader on the wall there in the chamber. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Francine Maxwell. If you can please unmute.
Francine Maxwell, Southeastern San Diego resident. I want to thank you for the presentation as it pertained to SDPD. Wonderful press event this past week that was shown, but I'm concerned that this council chooses not to dig deeper. You don't ask him why there's only 3 Caucasian women that are at the rank of captain. You don't ask him why the highest ranking African-American female is a detective. You're not asking the question to make sure that as one of the safest, biggest cities, we're diverse. Although DEI is not a nice word to use anymore under this administration, it still needs to be asked what is going on with the BIPOC to make our community to reflect the police department. There is not an intentionality. There is no females on the 7th floor. If you don't get another view on the 7th floor, then it lends to skewing yes people. Again, our officers need more. They need more wellness built in. So appreciative of the wellness moving from a floor that it was on that was higher to one of the lowest floors. So you could slip in if you feel that you don't want to be seen. Again, ask harder questions, bolder questions. We appreciate every man and woman that runs to danger. We appreciate the dispatchers that answer the calls in the midnight hour and on the phone. But this council, you're paid like judges. So you can throw some strikes. You don't have to constantly softball. And those that continue to have private meetings with Chief Wall, why is it that some of that information can't be shared? We have local papers, The Voice and Viewpoint, La Pressa, Indian Voices. Use our media, Mandate Records, GOD1 Radio. All of you guys got newsletters. More information, more transparency.
Your time has concluded. Next is Christine Wilborn. If you can please unmute.
Hi, this is Christine Wilborn. You know, I watch these meetings all the time, and I can't think of the last one where Councilmember Sean Elo Rivera didn't bash Trump and say something nasty. And doesn't the city of San Diego have an established code of conduct or civility policies, decorum rules, professional ethics? It's really sad. It would be nice to have a nonpartisan focus rather than, you know, have all this divisive rhetoric and hateful words. I don't like it when our president does it. It makes me sick. And I don't like seeing it at the local level. And I would just really appreciate it if it would be toned down. You know, calling people fascist pigs and everything else, it's just not okay. So I would appreciate it if you would please pay attention to that and try to tone it down. Thank you. Have a nice night.
Our next speaker is a Zoom user. If you can please unmute.
Hector here. Thanks for taking my call. Hey, it's cool. Haters gotta hate, man. That's what it is. We need some diversity on the city council, like a couple of MAGA hats. That's what we really need. You guys are talking diversity, diversity, diversity. Where's the MAGA? Come on, man. A couple of straight white boys up there telling you the truth. Anyway, hey, I'm talking about ICE raids. When ICE shows up, when Trump is done with taking over Cuba, he's doing that too. The orange man's going after Cuba. They're ready to surrender. If he turns our attention here, he's going to come at us heavy with the fraud investigations and the ICE raids. And we've got to have the police department protect the protesters. I don't want the protesters to get hurt, messing around with ICE. So establish a speed limit. If you're responding to an ICE raid, you can't go over 15 miles an hour to get there, just for their safety. And don't point your car. Give some training, like don't point your car at an ICE agent and hit the gas, because you're going to get shot, man. And then try not to kick the car. Don't throw any pipe bombs like those two Muslim guys did. Don't make your own pipe bomb and throw them around. That'd be a good thing not to do. And then we'll have the Marine Corps protect the ICE agents. And then the police department can respond just to protect the protesters from themselves. And you might want to tail that one girl that took over the mayor's office with the blue hair, man. She's pretty angry. She even broke the law when she was on probation. You might want to put a check on her somewhere. I don't know, you guys probably know her, but she's pushing the envelope there. Have a good day, guys. Thank you.
Next is Peggy Walker. If you can please unmute.
Good evening, Council. Sorry. In item 200, it was mentioned that drugs are a #1 crime against society in our city. And in that context, it's important that last week it was reported that more than 100 pounds of suspected illegal intoxicating products were seized during a crackdown on unlawful drug sales at 4 vape and smoke shops in the single city of Oceanside. I bring this here because the Oceanside operation highlights the fact that Underscored by local assessments, these illegal intoxicating products are increasingly sold in smoke, vape, and convenience stores in San Diego and across our region. The seized items included vaping devices and products containing unregulated substances such as kratom, psilocybin, and THC. According to law enforcement involved in the seizure, that was Oceanside Police, the Sheriff's Office, DEA, and Naval Criminal Investigative Service, these intoxicating products are often mislabeled. A DEA spokesman warned that vaping devices popular among young people pose a growing public safety concern, noting consumers often have no idea what these substances may contain, these products that are mislabeled. Law enforcement has been warning about the risks of these uncontrolled mislabeled products, many marketed and packaged to appeal to youth. I urge you to encourage similar vigilance and work with law enforcement to ensure that those unauthorized drug products are not sold in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. The 5-minute timer has concluded. No additional speakers will be taken that did not have their hand raised. We have 8 speakers in the queue. Like I said, no additional speakers will be taken. Judy Strang, if you can please unmute.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you for this opportunity to share my thoughts. I appreciated the information about the lowering of speed limits and the respect for human life that seems to indicate. I also wanted to share with you that one of our most important nationwide groups regarding tobacco use prevention for young people, called the Truth Initiative, indicated that 8 of the 10 films nominated for Best Picture did quite a depiction of cigarette and nicotine products in their movies, indicating that it was cool somehow or another. This gets to be important to us who work in prevention and with young people, because we know that nicotine product use for 12th graders increased from 17% to 22% just in this last year, 2024-2025. The trouble with that type of imagery that happened within these movies is that it makes it difficult for those who are trying to quit successfully, as one would guess. But it also suggests to our young people that the adult world is okay with it. I'd just like to point out how important it is what our adult population signals to young people has value, and to look carefully at decisions we make regarding tobacco, marijuana, and alcohol use that indicates to young adults that this use does not have consequences when we so clearly know as adults that it does. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the original. If you can please unmute.
Yeah, of course, this ALPR is going to come down the pike to be used for enforcement. It's already being used in other countries, and you guys are in lockstep with the United Nations, so you're probably going to change your policies or whatever in order to be able to do that. It's going to even keep people out of, say, low emission zones or whatever. And it's interesting to hear you guys talk about public safety and really wanting to make sure that people don't die or get hurt. But then I wonder why you didn't act when there were times that you could have, like Stephen Whitburn. Why were you laughing at me when I'm telling you about a woman that died and all the other people who have died at Tent City or been raped? Campillo, why did you not care about the little 5-year-old who was raped in her own bedroom by an illegal alien? I know it's because it's an illegal that did it, but I'm just wondering, would it matter to you if it was your child whose bedroom had been entered into and your child was raped? Would it matter then? Probably. And then Arabella McCormick, it's like you guys think spending $30 million makes it better that she died and was 48 pounds and everybody neglected to act on her behalf. You know, there's so many things. Then you guys like support pedophiles. Like you guys are supporting Scott Wiener all the time. He has sex with children. Then we sit here and we talk about anti-Semitic stuff, and it's like you guys support people whose Talmud or their Bible talks about raping children, having sex with children. and then also sucking the penises of children who have been circumcised. Many children have died from that, in fact, from getting herpes. And then you guys encourage children to mutilate their bodies and actually toxify their bodies with hormones that don't belong in their bodies, because you encourage that. And then also like sexualization of children in school and like reading books that are like pornographic. So I'm just wondering if you're going to care about those things too.
Our next speaker is Barbara Gordon.
Good evening. I am a public health advocate. With so many needs in the city and with budget shortages, I respectfully request the city not implement the SEED program. The SEED program is not sustainable long-term without impacting the already strained city resources. San Diego already has 38 marijuana businesses. Why are we looking to expand the number of these businesses in the name of social equity? As the city struggles with homelessness, many peer-reviewed studies show that marijuana use contributes to drug abuse and addiction, which are the leading cause of homelessness. The latest 2024 National Survey on Drug Use and Health estimates 32% of the 64 million past year marijuana users 12 years and older in America have cannabis use disorder. That number of Americans addicted to marijuana comes to over 20 million people. The profit-driven marijuana industry continues to produce and promote stronger products that are addicting millions and disturbing their lives. Marijuana use linked to doubling the risk of psychosis, bipolar disorder. This is all published in the Journal of American Medical Health Forum. I urge the council to not prioritize this industry over the many needs of the city. Your focus and responsibility is public health and safety, not advocating for more marijuana businesses in our city. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Next is Ernie Casco. If you can please unmute.
Hello, Ernie Casco La Jolla, resident, Torrey Pines, Gladaport. It is illegal for anyone, including your leaseholder, to turn our freedom into an access pass and waiver for a license and a fee when city liabilities are already covered by California recreational laws. This is insurance fraud and misappropriation of public funding going into private accounts, which demands a full, transparent city audit that would end the corruption within Torrey Pines, Gladaport. We have a unanimous letter of support from La Jolla Town Council and La Jolla Shores Association to permanently reconvene the Torrey Pines Advisory Board. But the Torrey Pines Advisory Board historically allowed this to continue. It is irresponsible for City Council to put Torrey Pines Gladaport in the hands of the advisory board that doesn't even exist anymore. It is City Council's job first to stop the crime and then reconvene the advisory board. You have a proven working solution known as the San Diego Recreational Waiver that legally secures city liabilities, isolates safety concerns, and restores recreational freedoms back to normal. The San Diego Recreational Waiver stops the illegal collection of funds going into private accounts by separating the city business from normal public free access, yet allows the business to stay paying their own bills, operating like every other business in parks and lands. It breaks the ongoing corruption at the Gladaport management. Police reports provide justice for victims and witnesses. There are common business laws to protect the public on how businesses should be run in public parks and lands. It's a win for city council liabilities using common contract laws that legally restores our recreational rights in years for years to come. Thank you.
Madison, if you can please unmute. After that will be John Stump. Madison, please unmute.
Hi, good evening, City Council members. As a mother of 3 young children, I often think about how much care goes into protecting a baby before that child is even born. Pregnant women are told to watch what they eat, what medications they take, and what substances they avoid, because those early months matter so much for a child's development. This is why I think it's important to pay attention to what the medical community is saying about cannabis use during pregnancy. In October 2025, the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists updated its clinical guidance and stated that cannabis use during pregnancy has been associated with serious risks, including spontaneous preterm birth, low birth weight, and developmental delay. As marijuana becomes more socially accepted and normalized and easier to access, many women may assume it is harmless because it is often described as a natural or even promoted as a way to help with stress or nausea. But doctors are very clear that there are no medical indications for cannabis use during pregnancy or during the postpartum period. THC crosses the placenta, meaning a developing baby is exposed during critical stages of growth when the brain and body are especially vulnerable. Mothers deserve honest information. If we are serious about protecting maternal and child health, then public policy should reflect the medical evidence showing prenatal cannabis use is dangerous, not the marketing narrative. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is John Stump. And then at 8700, our last speaker is Becky Rupp.
Thank you very much. I watched and participated in the appeal on item 202. That appeal occurred because someone filed one sheet of paper and paid $1,000, and they delayed the decision by some 5 months. And it's not over yet. Now, the city staff has issued a notice of determination that exempts dangerous activities within Los Penasquitos Preserve. They're going to allow the conversion of the parking lot into a new use as a heliport. They don't tell us, they're keeping secret, how many flights in and out they're going to be or what routes they're going to take. I can assure you that the noise and downdraft of helicopter flights affects birds and other animals, particularly during the planned nesting season. Please, council, have them withdraw that notice of determination and begin the work on it, because otherwise we're delaying a project which is important and I support, because they didn't do the right environmental analysis, they didn't look at the literature, and they don't know or are keeping secret how many flights and what the flight path is going to be for SDG&E's helicopters through the Los Penasquitos Preserve. That is an environmentally sensitive area, and they have taken an exemption for a parking lot, not a sensitive area. Please have them withdraw it. Thank you.
8700, if you can please unmute. After that will be Becky Rupp.
Thank you. Joyce Inata, CB3, 3 different topics. First of all, I want to do a shout out for a park staff member today that I happened to chat with on my way to get coffee. He was so wonderful. He was just getting out of his truck over by Children's Park. And I just want to compliment and thank all of our park employees and the director for what they do for our parks. They're just so appreciated and valued. I also want to chat about, I want to recommend that the public read the UT article. I think it was, I don't remember what day it was, very recently, yesterday or the day before or Friday, on the pension payment that's now been decided. And it's higher than last year, much higher. And I just can't, the pension crisis has challenged me. I started in 2004 when we were Enron by the sea because of the pension debacle. And I have not been able to understand the system all these years. But this article helped me to begin to really make some big cracks in it. And so Budget Committee, you've got to help the people understand what's going on with the pension system and how it impacts our budget. And then one other thing I may go over, City Clerk, I Googled about India and how India was able to be so effective to get their digital divide stopped or not, helped. And I just can't recommend enough that IT and anybody, there's an item coming up, I believe, very soon on IT.
And your time has concluded. Sorry, Becky Rapp, you're our final speaker.
Good evening. My name is Becky Rapp, and first I want to thank the council for today's discussion on the recent crime briefing. And I'd also like to express my appreciation to the San Diego Police Department for the hard work they do every day to keep our communities safe. Our officers are often asked to respond to incredibly complex situations, and many of those situations involve behavioral health challenges, as mentioned earlier. Behavioral health is a very real and growing issue in our city, and San Diego continues to face a severe shortage of behavioral health services. Too often, our police officers are placed on the front lines of crisis and would be at a crisis that would be better handled with trained professionals. And we ask a great deal of our officers, and they deserve to have the proper resources and experts available to support them. As the council considers proposals to expand the social equity cannabis program by adding 36 additional retail marijuana permits, potentially doubling the number of pot shops in our city, I believe it would be helpful for the public and for policymakers to see a clear cost analysis, specifically how much city funding, staff time, and administrative resources would be required to support an expansion of the marijuana industry, compared to investing those same resources into behavioral health services and professionals who could work alongside our first responders. At a time when San Diego is already facing difficult budget decisions, it's critical that we carefully evaluate where our limited resources will make the greatest impact. Strengthening behavioral health infrastructure would directly support public safety, our officers, and the long-term well-being of our entire city. Thank you.
Thank you. This does conclude non-agenda public comment for today's meeting.
All right, thank you, City Clerk. Does the City Attorney have anything to report out from closed session?
There's no report out from closed session.
All right, thank you for that, Leslie. We will now adjourn council to the regularly scheduled council meeting on Tuesday, March 17th, 2026 at 10 a.m.